Hello. It is time to sky. It is time to time. Time for time. So, yesterday I spent a little bit of time working on the skybox that I have. I did a little bit of rewriting, but mostly the big change here is that I'm trying to use basis for all of my body motion. And the reason for that is because... Oh, this is doing a dumb thing again where it's like collapsing a bunch of stuff. There we go. So yeah, the moon basis was already on... Their moon was already on the basis stuff. But essentially where I'm at right now is trying to get... Go and hide. I guess that's fine. Essentially this time of day, it looks weird right now because it's... I've placed myself at the North Pole, so... You know my latitude is all the way up here. The moon right now is moving really wrong. I'm not really paying attention to it. I'm trying to get the sun to move correctly. This is north. So negative Z is north. That's my default. Right? Essentially, I kind of got stuck on latitude and longitude. Longitude. So I'm at the north and I go to, or no, sorry, if I go to the north at morning. That doesn't seem right. Actually, I guess that's right. Yeah, I guess that's right. Yeah, that's correct. I really needed like a full day to just sit down and work on this because this is kind of the stuff that I just have to be quiet for. I can't really talk because I'm spending a lot of time trying to visualize in my mind orientations of a planet, a viewer, a sun, things like that. I was also really tired yesterday too. So I wanted to stream yesterday. I was thinking about it, but I felt way too tired to do that. So longitude should spin me around. No, sorry, longitude won't spin me around. But if I go to the North Pole, longitude... This is the thing that's weird. I'm not sure how to handle longitude here. I'm at the North Pole. Longitude shouldn't move me at all. I guess the theory is you're standing on a point, and your longitude is, you know, which line you're facing. Or, sorry, it's you know, circular like this. No, that's latitude. Longitude is like this, right? So if I'm changing my longitude, I am spinning. But at the poles, this shouldn't happen. I shouldn't be spinning at the poles. The positive rotation brings it that way. Positive rotation brings it that way. Good, okay. I was thinking about how longitude should work here, and I figured that I kind of had something wrong. Yeah, I don't think longitude should be changing like this. Because my thought was if I'm at 45, I would expect to see more of this kind of rotation, not this rotation. When I change my longitude. Yeah, it doesn't seem right to me. So my thought, and even while I was going to sleep, I was trying to visualize this in my mind. So this isn't quite correct. I don't rotate on the Z here. I don't rotate on my own basis. I should be rotating on... Right, so I'm going to go to my test light here. Reset my test light. Obviously this is like my viewer's perspective, so the arrow points the direction that is north. So when I go up my longitudes, essentially I'd be doing this motion, right? I'm spinning on the kind of this axis. Or sorry, no, I'm facing north, never mind. So yeah, a longitude would actually be applying to this axis. Is essentially what a longitude would do. If I'm facing north, longitude turns me this way. But it's not that way, specifically, because even if I'm here, my longitude would actually spin me this way still. I'm turning this way. This is what longitude is doing. Right? On like the global z-axis. So what I have to do is I have to face north, and then before I apply my latitude, I wonder if I can actually flip them around? No. Latitude axis at this point is going to be equivalent to my... yeah, if I imagine myself as standing on the surface of a planet that's not moved at all, latitude will be the z-axis as it is at this point. So there should be latitude axis, or longitude. Longitude axis. Also, I'm going to start working on an actual playlist now for streams because I've been looking through the like Twitch messages and I've been starting putting stuff on YouTube and just a bunch of stupid songs. Stupid companies just like happen to own the rights to a particular song's melody or something, and so they copyright it aggressively for no reason. What is it? Overture in Halo Reach. For some reason, a couple Minecraft songs are like being claimed by as like different songs. I don't even understand. That actually doesn't make any sense to me. Certain Minecraft songs, it must just be like, what is it, like copyright scams or something, whatever they do, where they submit, where basically someone creates a song that sounds kind of like another song that's really popular, and so they go around and start claiming the really popular song so they can get revenue from that. That's what they do. Someone's doing that with Minecraft right now, because like a couple Minecraft songs are being picked up like really consistently on Twitch as being some completely different song by some completely different, like not even the artist is the same name, the song isn't the same name. It's kind of, I don't get it. And it's really clear too. It's not like it's playing softly in the background, it's really loud. I was playing like a couple Minecraft songs really loud, and Twitch was like, whoa, that's this totally random song you've never heard of, and the artist is totally unknown. You're gonna have to mute your VOD for that one. Watch out for those strikes. Terminate your account. Okay, so I think this is how I'm gonna get this to work. All right, that's exactly what I expected longitude to do, right? Or is it? Wait, or is it? If I'm at 0, longitude does this. If I'm at 90... okay. So this is why I really wanted... I was really hoping I could get through this without just like trying and failing, because it's really, really annoying. So essentially this is kind of like what latitude is doing. This is what longitude is doing. But this should be applying, you know, like this, right? Longitude should be applying that way, which it seems like it's not applying that way. Okay, so what have I done wrong then? Because I'm not understanding why this isn't behaving how I expected it to behave. So I'm at 0. Everything is at 0. We're at morning. Sun rises, sun sets. That all very much makes sense. Also, clock time? I don't know. Why is clock time not working? Oh, I think clock time isn't updating for... Okay, yeah, clock time is actually... Well, no, I call local hour. Oh, local hour doesn't... Whoops. Local hour doesn't account for the time offset. Planet rotation plus initial time. Who else uses this? It says planet rotation. I think that's fine because I do call get local hour here. Okay, clock time is still not changing. Yeah, I would really like to actually go ahead and get clock time working. Dude. The bots are strong. All of a sudden, like my past 4 or 5 streams, the scammer keeps coming back. He's been automodded and banned 4 times now, and still keeps coming to this channel. So I actually don't get why that didn't do anything. Local hour is running this. Yeah, it runs get local hour, which includes initial time. Huh? I'm actually kind of confused. Wait. Update clock time is not being called, right? Yeah, it's not being called. Update time should call update clock time. Which it definitely is. Because I call update time in engine, I call this. Oh, this is editor real time. So I actually should be calling this, shouldn't I? There we go. Okay, now I'm getting 6 a.m. noon. All the values in between midnight. How close can I get? Alright. I don't know, I was just kind of curious about that. Alright, so... also, I had so many problems with the refraction. I finally got that figured out, though. I finally got refraction figured out. Well, I say figured out? Oh, man. This is really stupid, how I do it. I just couldn't figure it out. Honestly, I just could not figure it out. It would be an update sky, is where it is. If I could find such a function, there we go. I couldn't figure out which axis, or I could get the axis that I needed to rotate on, but I couldn't figure out if that rotation would move it up or down. I couldn't figure out how to know before applying the rotation if it would go up or down. So I just apply the rotation, or I just check if the rotation brings it up, and if it doesn't bring it up, then I invert the angle. I don't know. I'm sure there's definitely a way to know, like, is your Y pointing up? I mean, okay, the real issue is that if you look at which way Y is pointing on this, Y is pointing to the right, or north, or south, actually. Y is pointing south. So it's a little bit, it's not, I don't know, I couldn't figure out exactly how to know which way. Like I said, I can find the axis, which would have been this axis, right? The south axis. Which I guess is technically more like right on the X up here. Or I guess more like Z. Yeah, I couldn't figure out how to know ahead of time which angle direction I have to apply, so I essentially just apply it and see if it worked, and if it didn't work, then I use the other angle. It gets the result, but it's... This stuff makes me feel stupid, because I feel like I'm really good at visualizing things. Especially orientations, and like stacking orientations. I feel like I'm really good at that. Better than most people. And yet, this one is consistently really difficult for me to figure out. And I don't know why. Okay. But north. North does this rotation. So if I go up on latitude, and I change my north, I mean, yeah, I guess that's right. I change my longitude, sorry, if I change my north, change my longitude, what do I expect to happen? Well, I expect everything to be based on north, so changing north should do nothing here. It's more changing latitude and then changing longitude. And the effect that I wasn't expecting here was that this would go pretty much straight up and down. I really wasn't expecting a straight up and down motion. Okay, so I'm facing north right now. I'm just going to reset these. Longitude is essentially panning around the planet, you know. Time zones. Latitude does this. It brings me... Essentially, as I go up in latitude, things on the horizon come forward, or rise. Down latitude, things behind me rise. To the south rises. What I expected to happen was it to sort of rotate on this. Ah, right. I want my z-axis before I apply. Really? Maybe this is... No, this is... I think this step is probably right. Alright. Generally, if I I believe if I take this off, I will start getting the perspective of the planet. I'm no longer standing on the surface. I am the planet. Which I don't do any rotations on the planet right now, so this is purely... Yeah, right? So essentially I'm not... you can think of it as I'm standing in the middle of the planet, right? So when I change time, this happens, okay? I am the planet, I am rotating, right? Okay. And yeah, when noon, right, we're kind of at defaults. We're just facing, our axes are the same. So I guess I could even do this looking at noon. North just does all that. Yeah, ignore the moon. The moon is totally incorrect right now. So latitude. What do I expect latitude to do? I expect latitude to raise the sun. Yep. And lower the sun. Yeah. That's what I expected. Longitude. I guess I should expect longitude to just rotate me around. Okay, so longitude isn't doing that. Oh man, why is longitude such a problem? This is my z-axis. So I am rotating on the z-axis. All right, this is what I expected to see. That's what I expected to see. Yeah. So I'm at north. Kind of strange. I feel like this may be not quite right. But this is what I was hoping to see. I think. So... you know what? I was always thinking this one needs to be... yeah, so this step is definitely wrong. Okay. So let me think about what this means. Ah, I actually do kind of understand now. I think what I should be doing is applying this before I apply my latitude. Because if I think about keeping things simple, I want to put myself on the planet first. Okay. So I will put myself on the planet first. You know, on the surface of a planet. Okay. So... I'm going to reset these back to zeros. So that's north, noon, 0.25. That's where I wanted to see the sun there. Okay. So when I change north, all right. Okay. Okay, so what I really want to do is I want to put myself on the planet. These are still zeros right now, so this should be nothing. This is working correctly. I placed myself on the planet properly. Time of day moves as I expect. You know, the sun goes up in the morning and then it sets in the evening. So currently I act as if I'm facing north right now. This way. So my y-axis is now... Should I be thinking about it in terms of the planet, then? No, I feel like this one's still correct. I rotate on my own y-axis. Which I thought in theory should, like, you know... This should be like spinning the sun around the horizon, not changing time of day. And then I think longitude was actually spinning it around the horizon. So the longitude axis, my z-axis, this is what's weird to me. I place myself on the surface first. Okay. I mean, if I think about me standing on the Earth, essentially I'm like sitting in the middle of the Earth, right? The sun's in front of me. When I place myself on the Earth, what rotation should I apply? I should think I'm going to place myself such that it's noon for me. Or I guess what I would do is I would actually... it's not a spin backwards. I'm going to spin sideways. Right. Spin sideways. So if I go to my test light, so I know what orientations are what. I'm facing north. Well, I'm not facing anyway right now. I'm just kind of with the planet's rotation. So actually I want to apply this. I want to spin on the Z. I do want to spin on the Z. Which is, this is the Z. So I do want to spin on the Z, and I want to rotate sideways. Positively. Sorry, negatively. I want to spin negatively. Right? Okay. So I'm standing on the surface. When I change my north, it should still be my y-axis is spinning for north. My longitude is now going to be my x-axis. And my latitude is going to be back on the z-axis. Right? So where has the sun gone? Okay, so north is dead ahead. Latitude, I'm at 0 and 0. So I should still expect... Alright, so I've kind of got it now in a bit of a weird spot where we're now kind of aligned with the z-axis. So I think what I should do is probably adding chases the sun, right? Adding should chase the sun. So if I add pi over 2 here, and it should really be like this, I think. I don't know if that really matters. So now I should expect... Okay. Is the sun at least going the right way? Yeah, the sun is going the right way at least. So there's that. But I do not have a problem where sunrise and sunset are off by half. Or a quarter. I'm displaced by a quarter. So I may have a spot somewhere here that I'm doing an extra half, I think. Let me just check to make sure that I'm not doing something like that. Actually, this kind of makes sense now. If I think about where I'm putting myself, I'm essentially putting myself on the sides of on a side of the planet. That's essentially what I've done. Is it more that I've... Okay, let me... I can hide these now. Those are good. Those are good. Update sky is good, that's good. Okay, so all of my position should be here. And the default light points which way? Let me just make sure that I know. So the default light points that way, right? So that means the sun at rest, the planet at rest. Sorry. Should I account for that? If I think about this, the planet at rest. This is camera front, right? So this is model front. This is so strange. I really wish that they didn't have these two different fronts, that they didn't have a camera facing negative Z, lights facing negative Z. All right, so in default, planet faces this way. Light faces towards me, but I face this way. Viewer faces this way. Maybe what I should do is rotate the viewer. Maybe I need to, actually, yeah, maybe I need to spin the viewer around. Because of how camera works. Yes, camera points this way, but I want default to point that way. Alright, I'm going to try to go ahead and set this up so that... yeah, 0 time Alright, let me set this up like this. Let me say zeros before I put myself on the planet. The sun should be in front of me. Okay, no, the sun's above me. Okay, so yes, I rotate on my y-axis. My longitude axis should probably be z. Actually, I guess I'll just leave it there for now, but not do this. Okay, so I want to see the sun over there. So do I have to spin the planet half a turn? Because I believe if I set this to 0, the sun should come over in front of me, right? So I want to get the planet oriented correctly. So I'm not applying any rotation right now. This is just the planet's point of view. In that planet POV, I want to face the sun at noon. So I think I just say plus 0.5 here. Okay. Alright, so I add 0.5. Cool. Alright. So we're in position. So now I want to get my north to apply correctly. So I think for now I can just say I need to bring this back. Alright, so let's do this. Now where does my viewer go? I want my viewer... The planet is facing this side at noon. I want my viewer to come forward. I want my viewer to... I guess actually go backwards, really. So I'm going to spin... So yeah, we are going to spin backwards 90 degrees. I think that's right. No, negative here. Okay, so it's noon. All right. Cool. So as I change... So... This is kind of weird. So I've got the planet facing the right way. But what I want to do is I want them to be sitting on kind of the front of the planet. Which currently, that's kind of not exactly what I do. I don't exactly put them on the front of the planet. Because if I think about which way I'm actually rotating... So when I put myself in the front of the planet... Oh, well, I guess I can also say that I'm facing... Actually, yeah, I guess I can say that I'm facing the wrong way, too. Yeah, face the sun and spin backwards 90 degrees. Okay. So I've got the planet, I've got my viewer, I want to bring him down forward. Okay, but currently the viewer is facing backwards, right? So I have to spin this guy around 90 degrees. 180 degrees, actually. Okay. Alright, so I said... So it's noon right now, and the sun is going the correct way. I mean, it's not exactly going the correct way. The sun is spinning the wrong way. I know the planet is spinning the right way, but my viewer, I think, is rotated incorrectly. Wait, have I actually made a mistake by doing this? Okay, so that's not where I wanted to do that. I have to face the sun. Okay, right. So at noon, essentially the orientation that I want is the 0 longitude line to be when you're standing at 0 and when you're standing at 0 on the longitude line, the sun is directly overhead at noon. That's what I want. So somewhere in here there is like a half rotation that I have to do, or like a quarter rotation, like a 90-degree turn. Because by default the sun is pointing to your back, is facing your back. Okay. Yeah, let me do it here. Alright, let me go back to viewing from the perspective of the planet. Where do I want the sun to be at noon on the planet? If you are the planet, and you're like, you know, spinning around in a circle, right? At noon, I want the sun to be in front of me, right? I'm the planet, I face this way. So I want the sun to be in front of me right now. So that shouldn't be there, should it? Okay, good. I don't know why that... I couldn't quite read that one. Alright. So the sun's in front of me. I'm the planet. My eyes are essentially at the North Pole. So when I turn, I'm going to turn counterclockwise, which means when I make this number go higher, the sun's going to go that way. Not quite. Okay. So that's not quite right. Why did that happen? Why did that happen? Which way do I turn? I turn... I am spinning this direction, which means, yeah, the sun should go that way. The sun should go right when I increase the value. It's not going right. So does this mean... What if I need to spin the sun around? What if I should do this? So is the sun already coming from negative z? The sun is already coming from negative z. Okay, so first of all, this already makes sense with the positions of these lights. I do want 0 to be behind me, and I want 0.5 to be in front of me. But I really don't like that this kind of doesn't make sense to me. Because when I do this rotation, this is positive, right? This is the way I'm spinning. Right, so I spin this direction. Yes, this makes sense. Yes. That makes sense. Should the sun apply this? I guess the sun is supposed to face the other way, right? Because we're facing each other. The default is to face that way. I don't think... I may be putting the sun wrong by doing this, because I thought... I basically treat this as the sun being a child of the planet and viewer. I guess really the sun should just be a child of the planet. Shouldn't it? The sun essentially applies the... Okay. I think the sun essentially applies this rotation, and then it spins to face the other way, is what it should do. So I think what I do here is I add initial time, I subtract 0.5, and then I apply the planet viewer perspective, and then I turn around to face planet. I spin 180 degrees. Okay, and I like that nothing changed. All right. So now when I increase the value, the sun should go right. The sun's still going left. This shouldn't matter, right? This being pi negative pi shouldn't matter. This should do nothing. Yeah. Does this need to happen first? Because it... Actually, yeah, that's supposed to happen first, isn't it? I turn and then I apply that. Still going the wrong way. This is necessary. This happens here. Oh man, why not? Why? Because really the only way to remedy this is to apply a negative rotation. But that doesn't seem right at all. That's not how this works. Because a positive rotation should face me, the planet, turn me around. Do I apply the opposite of this? Okay, so the reason I hear that I have a minus 0.5 is because the default state would be 0. But I want 0 to be noon. Or sorry, I don't... 0 would be noon. I want 0 to be not noon. I want 0 to be midnight, so I want 0.5 to be noon. Do I apply the inverse? That would make it start turning right. So the sun moves opposite to us, which I guess maybe that makes more sense. I mean, it's not entirely the inverse. It's more that the sun faces 180 degrees, turns around to face us. Actually, okay, maybe that does make sense. whatever our orientation is, the sun has the opposite orientation, right? So if I turn to my left, the sun appears to turn... If I turn to my left, the sun appears to turn right? What is it? What is the sun? What is that doing? I'm like holding a hand facing myself. What is that doing? If I turn right, it's the same as if this turned... Yeah, it's the same as if it turned... Like, it's my mirror image, right? Oh yeah, yeah, this is the inverse. This should be the inverse. And it does have to turn 180 degrees to face the planet. It doesn't. It doesn't do that. Maybe it does. Actually, maybe it does. Maybe it should. Maybe it does. This is noon. Okay, yeah, it does. It has to turn to face us. This can just be pi. It has to turn to face us. And then it does the opposite of whatever the planet does. Okay, good. Now, let's put ourselves at zeros. Okay? So latitude, longitude, 0, 0. If I'm facing the same way as the planet, to orient myself on the planet, I would turn forward. Right? I have to turn forward. So I'm facing the sun. I turn forward. This is my x-axis. I have to turn a negative rotation. Okay, so I'm imagining this is what I'm doing. A negative rotation. And then... Yeah, this is actually just spin forwards. Okay. So it's not what I expected to see. I am turning forward 90 degrees. Okay. I'm doing this, I'm turning forward. Right? I'm here. I go here. Negative 90 degrees. I'm not applying any other rotations yet. So in fact, I will just comment those out so I definitely know. So does time at least work the correct way? Does time at least move correctly? So I should expect to see... Well, this is actually totally wrong. The sun shouldn't be down there. I think the sun is actually meant to have... Oh, man. The sun is meant to have the inverse of the planet. Is meant to have the viewer times the inverse of the planet. Right? So the sun's gonna set the wrong direction. So the sun is moving the wrong way across the sky. But at least it is still noon. So I've at least got that correct. So does this not need to happen now? Okay, yeah. This doesn't, okay. I'm getting there. Sunflower is sunset at negative x. 0.25 is sunrise at positive x. Negative x is north, or negative z is north in this case. Good, okay. Should the planet viewer just be viewer times planet basis inverse? Let me just say this is the inverse. So then I can just do planet viewer basis. That may kind of be the issue. Well, yeah, because essentially what I'm doing is I'm saying the moon and the sun revolve around the Earth, the planet, but they always face the opposite direction. They essentially just have the opposite orientation of the Earth, planet. I keep saying Earth. I mean, I'm modeling the Earth, so in my case it's the Earth, but I am trying to make this like a very generic system that, you know, you just say your planet that you're on. You can say whatever, I guess, yeah, you would just say whatever planet you're actually on when you're modeling, so yeah, Earth in this case. Okay. So I've got it right. Now let's add in facing north. Okay, I'm just going to do one step at a time, and if at any point it breaks, I kind of have to go back and reconsider everything that I've written so far, so hopefully it doesn't break here. So if your basis north is y, that makes sense to me. That should just be rotating. It should rotate the sun kind of like this on its z-axis. And it is not doing so. That's tough. Man. Yeah, it's okay. It's just a problem when I get something wrong here because it means my setup is wrong. I can't just sit here and be like, okay, well, let me just change the axis I apply it to. No. I have to be right I have to have a correct foundation. I wonder if this just means that my foundations here are really bad and wrong. So I've put myself on the planet. Okay, I think it's supposed to be this way. Because now if I do this... Okay, I still don't get the right rotation. Maybe I am supposed to do this after. Like I pretend that I'm already on the planet's surface. Why does it... Okay, but why does that... Why do I have to do it that way? That shouldn't be how that works. I place myself on the surface of the planet. Should viewer basis be multiplied by... Should viewer basis be multiplied by planet first? No, this is my viewer. Okay. So if this is just my viewer basis, this is already wrong. This is already wrong, right? I'm orienting myself as if I'm already on the planet's surface. This is what viewer basis means. Okay, I'm going to take that off. This is what viewer basis means. I'm orienting myself as if I'm already on the planet's surface. Okay. North is 45 degrees. I mean, does that way make sense? Does this direction make sense? Which way this is turning? Does it go over my head? No, it doesn't. I think essentially what I do is, as a final step, I take my viewer basis, I take my planet viewer basis, I essentially stick myself onto the planet, yeah, I've been kind of thinking about this wrong. I essentially face north, and then I stick myself on the planet. And on my planet viewer basis, now at this point I have to place myself on the planet. This is where this happens. On the X, and yeah, this should be pi over 2, right? I think this is actually a negative spin. Good, I like that it's already in the sky. Yeah, this is negative rotation, right? Okay. So my latitude, longitude 0 is where I currently am standing. Alright, so what are the settings here? Everything is at 0. I'm at noon. Good. So if I progress time, I want to see the sun go that way. Okay, it didn't go that way. Which is... Never mind, it's actually not fine, because I'm not on the planet's surface right now. I wonder if what I should do is if I should just set up like a full like physical model in the game of everything that's happening. Because essentially if you think about it, okay, if you think about what's really, I mean I say what's really going on, I'm going to use the Earth-centric model. Whereas where the sun essentially orbits around the Earth at the pace that the Earth orbits around the sun. So that just makes it simpler, and that's more appropriate to what really would be happening. So essentially I have a viewer. I have a sun that slowly spins. Okay. I'll just go and turn that on. And I don't need to face... do I have to face 180 degrees to face the planet? If I think about looking at it top down, I can only do that. Top down. I mean, I don't know. Okay. Let me get some drawing here. It's time to do some drawing. That FMJ bullet looks really funny. It just looks like a censored image. Okay. Going for a big canvas here. And I will fill it black so that we are not blowing my eyes out. That's actually like a nice black color. Ah. Like a blackboard color. I guess my white should not be fully white then. I'm not typing. I cannot tell those apart at all. The hell? Oh, I have to click off. Okay. Yeah, I gotta do a little bit of drawing here. So let me even get like colors. Okay, we got Earth here. In fact, that's kind of really a poor color for the Earth. It should be blue. Right. There's the blue Earth. The sun will be this white color. Okay. So in standard model, can I like get this to trace? Yeah. So standard model, this would be path of the Earth. The Earth would be going this way. right? Counterclockwise. Our solar system, essentially everything spins counterclockwise. And it's kind of cool to think about how we came up with clockwise and counterclockwise. Because our perspective has been from the Earth, we named clockwise essentially after the way things apparently move in the sky. But it turns out that point of view is the opposite of what really happens with these bodies. So everything in our solar system is actually counterclockwise because from our perspective it looks clockwise. Right. Or maybe that's just because we put the clocks on the ground and we see which way, you know, the sundial goes. Right. So we would go that way. So if I think about what that means for the sun would actually come this way if it was orbiting us. So that means the direction is the same. This is still counterclockwise in both perspectives. But the sun needs to be turned around 180 degrees, right? Because the sun faces this way. And we face that way. So I do have to spin the sun 180 degrees, I think. And if I think about my default being noon, I'd spin the sun 180 degrees. I mean, actually, if I think about it, the sun would really be the parent of the planet viewer, right? I don't know, this is really kind of odd. I guess I can... Okay. So I'm gonna set it up as if... I guess I could set it up as if the... Okay, so if I have the sun sitting stationary, what does that mean it has to spin? How does that... Because at the end of the day, I essentially have to say, all right, the sky rotates, the sun is our marker for the sky. Or I guess I would actually get a sky transformation. And I would apply that to, you know, the sun and the moon, right? Whatever orientations they have. I think one thing that I should do is take the planet. Okay, so this is one thing I'm going to do right now. This kind of makes a bit more sense. The sun does not orbit the planet. I'm going to say this is to do. So let me just get these orientations correct. So the planet basis is essentially going to be the planet rotation minus the planet orbit. So when you're halfway around. So if you think about the planet not spinning at all, but what that really does to its orientation to the sun, at a half orbit, it's essentially like you took the Earth and you spun it clockwise, right? It's essentially like you spun it clockwise. And it's actually going to happen after the tilt. So we tilt towards the reference. So this is actually going to happen after the tilt, or before the tilt, sorry. The orbit, it's, you know, Earth is like a gyroscope, right? So this should not affect that. Orbit effectively acts as a clockwise rotation. So I spin here by the planet orbit times tau. So the planet spins counterclockwise as it orbits, or I say clockwise as it orbits, technically, apparently. I tilt towards the reference. Wait. So I've already rotated it. Okay, let me do this. Yeah, so I have to compute the tilt axis first. So I guess I just say sorry, X rotated Y planet tilt phase times pi. Okay, and then I apply it to my tilt axis. Orbit effectively acts as a clockwise rotation. So then I tilt, and then I rotate counterclockwise on our axis after our tilt. Okay. So to my viewer basis, so I think essentially what I have to do here is I have to let me think about the order of this. I think what I should do is stick myself to the surface and then start applying my rotations. You know, effectively like, all right, what does latitude, what does longitude do to me? Things like that. Yeah, I think that's correct. So, yeah, I should plant myself on the surface immediately. So I put the viewer on my planet. And I guess I can take that off there. And probably just put that here. Put viewer on planet. I guess actually what I do is I face forward and then I multiply myself by my parent, right? No, wait, when do I do this? Okay, this is what I should do. I should actually build like a little physical model here so I can make sure I'm coding this up correctly. So let me build just building a solar model here for me to figure this out. So I need to add a mesh for the sphere. Sphere mesh. So this will be the sun. I'm just gonna model this like very crudely. I don't know. What is going on? Why can I go up to 512 there? Weird. Okay, I'm gonna make it a little bit yellow, just because that's what we're all used to, right? So we all think the sun looks like a little bit yellow. Right? In fact, I'm actually gonna put in the, like, these values. There we go, now it glows. I'll even call it unshaded. There we go. Emissive. Okay. We get our star. So below this, I'm gonna add and this whole model is just for me to make sure I'm visualizing my transforms correctly. We'll make this guy a little bit blue. Nice blue color. And really I don't need to do this, but I will be setting it up like this anyway. This is not accurate at all in terms of size of any of this stuff. But essentially here's the Earth, okay? Let me turn off environment and we'll leave light. No, that's really bad. Alright, leave it all on, whatever. Actually, can I just make environment like black? Perfect. Just to really sell it, I'm gonna put a directional light here. Okay. We get space and Earth. So, if I were to put a viewer on the Earth, how am I going to do this? This is very important that I set this up properly, right? So, I wonder if essentially what I should do is just... No, actually, I think I've got it. I think I kind of have it figured out. Because what really happens here is the capsule mesh. It's just probably like that tall, right? It's more like Neptune, right? So essentially this is what this guy does, okay? I turn him down 90 degrees. And then I would just spin the planet, right? I would just spin the planet on its y-axis. Just like that, okay? Now, I do have the viewer, like, translated slightly, but that doesn't affect anything. The viewer could literally be in the middle of the planet. The rotations would still be the same. So now, the viewer is a child of Earth. The Earth is a child of Sun. Yeah, it's definitely the challenge is getting from this orientation and figuring out what that means the Sun is supposed to be at. So I think I've kind of got all my stuff set up, I think, correctly in terms of what this stuff means. So if I apply, like, we'll go to local rotations. So if I apply a latitude, essentially that's like making, like, that's like going backwards on this, right? So whatever my latitude is, I'm applying it on top of my X rotation. Okay? So first I come down 90 degrees, and then my latitude, yeah, my latitude would essentially be facing north. And I will just, like I said, this is not required for the model, but I guess I'll just go and do it just so it's visual here. So so applying this rotation, a 45-degree rotation would essentially be the same as applying yeah, this kind of position, right? Well, how did I mess that up so badly? What? Oh, is my planet rotated slightly? No. Is it really just perspective? Yeah, okay. Yeah, see, so essentially, like, you know, this should be like the sine and cosine. Okay, well, like I said, the position doesn't matter, but latitude is really just an angle applied up. And in fact, I wonder if latitude is... Ooh, I've kind of been doing latitude wrong, because latitude isn't about angles. Latitude is equal... Okay, we define latitude as angles, but when I say 45 degrees, do I really mean all the way up there, 45 degrees? Let me look this up. I guess I can just look at what latitude and longitude are. So I mean, you know, like 0 degrees is the equator, 45 degrees would be up there, 90 degrees would be North Pole. Yeah, okay, yeah, I don't know why I thought for a second that I kind of had that wrong, but... Yeah, don't worry about position. This is effectively the same thing as just, you know, me being in here. It's the exact same thing. I'm just putting my character, whatever it is, stand-in up there. Let's get a little bit smaller. So then when I would rotate the Earth and spin the Earth, we'd move like this, right? Definitely it's going to be figuring out what that means for the sun. You know, is it always just the opposite angle? Right? Okay, so I've got it figured so far. I can start here. On the planet. And then I would apply my rotations while I'm on the planet. Okay? So you put viewer on the planet. And I think planet viewer basis is, yeah, probably all a bit incorrect. It shouldn't really be planet viewer basis, it should just be viewer basis. And the sun should probably be an application of the viewer basis. But this is all just so I can keep things organized in my head. So we're going to start. Well, I guess what we really do is... Okay, when I apply this basis, do I start with the planet basis? No, I don't. I think what I do is I start with... I have an identity basis, and then I would multiply... I would apply all of my rotations, and then I would multiply my basis by my planet. Right? So, yes, first we'll have to rotate on my x-axis. Yeah, like negative pi/2, right? So we start here. Yeah, because whatever I'm doing here is then going to be multiplied at the end by the planet to get the final rotation. So put viewer on the planet. And I'll just go move this back up here. So before I do this, I do have to face north. So the first thing I would do is I would face north. So if I'm applying a Y rotation here, okay, well that's not correct. I would apply a Y rotation on my local axis, right? Like this. So I have to face north so that I know which way north is. And I mean, we know which way north is, it's just there, but I essentially have to apply this here just to, you know, get myself in the right spot. So then I have my latitude axis. which is just going to be, actually, yeah, back that way. So I face north. And then I am still a local transform, right? So face north, and then latitude is going to be, yeah, essentially just adding latitude to my X again. So whichever I end up facing for north, this is which way I'm going. Okay? And I wonder if north should perhaps be a final rotation? No, I don't think so. I guess north kind of is a final rotation on the sky. It spins the sky on very specifically our y-axis. So yeah, doing this is wrong. That's actually wrong. I apply my latitude and my longitude. Okay. So here's my latitude, and then my longitude would be this transform. So this is my y-axis, or it looks like my y-axis, but essentially I want my z-axis before. So yeah, I want my z-axis before I apply my longitude, my latitude. So I get my z-axis. Then I apply that, and then I apply my longitude. So I think of this as being my y-axis when I turn this off. So then I do this, and then I turn that off. This is my saved longitude, and this is what I would do then. I would rotate like this. Right? Right? Save it, latitude, longitude. And then I take my viewer basis and I multiply it by my planet basis. So I wonder if the whole time I kind of had north being like super applied very wrong. Right? Because yeah, the function of north is just so that I can say, all right, cool, I've got everything where I want it, but I want the sunrise to be over there, right? So it's always really going to be like a full rotation of the sky on the y-axis, on the global y-axis. Yeah. Just like turning, this like, I wonder if I could even say it here actually. So I'm going to apply some longitude here. I'm going to go, yeah, top. Stick my guy about over there, where he would be. Kind of. Right. So I wonder if at this point I can say face north. After I've oriented him on the planet. And then I can say face north. You know, which way is north, right? Yeah, I think that actually probably works. Yeah, this is actually probably fine. North comes to me in radians, I believe. Yep. And then planet viewer basis is viewer basis times the planet basis. So this is now my guy's perspective. So now I gotta figure out, what does this mean for the sun? Now, how do I place the sun here? If I think about the sun, yeah, if I think about from my guy's perspective, where would the sun be? I wonder if it really is just the inverse of this. Because, you know, I have like my global transformation now of this guy. He's kind of a bit. He's kind of a bit misplaced here. Okay. Alright, I gotta stop messing with that. That's totally not important. So if I'm my guy and I'm facing this way, we'll just pretend like we've also rotated our whole thing. What does that mean the sun's position in the sky is? I know where I am. Now where's the sun? Yeah, how can I think about this? Because whatever I'm going to do here, I would pretty much do the same thing for the moon. Although the moon has an additional rotation, or additional thing where it's spinning along its own orbit, I guess. But then I have to take that position and would it be applying the inverse of this? Hey Danilin, yesterday was incredible. What happened yesterday? Yeah, how do I know what the sun's position is relative to me? Okay, so my thought here is that when I turn this way, yeah, if I turn... Is it just that any rotation I apply the opposite to the sun? Is that actually it? Would it just be the inverse of this? Is it just straight up the inverse? Anime convention, lots of cosplays. My friend got first place with his cosplay. First place, wow. 20 gigabytes of pictures and videos. That's a lot. I've never been to a convention before. Like the, if I think about like the biggest gathering of people that I was at, I think it's probably gotta be, it's either like a wedding or like some Lego tournament that I was at when I was younger. So damn fun. I don't know. I don't like crowds, is all I can say. That's just me. So, I didn't get the result I was expecting here. So this is not how I do this. I don't just apply the inverse. Would it be this? Does that change it? No. Yeah, north still does this. Longitude does that. Well, I guess longitude actually makes sense. Longitude, that actually does make sense. But time of day rotating that way is not correct. Do I just start with Yeah, I already don't like this. Maybe the one thing I just don't understand is I'm pretty sure I know exactly how they do it. I'm just going to make sure that I understand it. So I'm pretty sure what they do is they would take their parent and then multiply it. Yeah, they take their parent, multiply it by ours. Wait. No way. Dude, I hate how they do this. They do this, I swear they do this, like, backwards. I swear they do it backwards. So this is still not right, because I think this is just going to spin it. Wait, hang on. That's actually rotating it. My friend was on TV. On the way to drink some water, he took pics with like 20 people. TV, wow. It's a bit weird now. Like a 0. Actually, I guess this makes sense now. But it is spinning the wrong way. I don't like that we're spinning the wrong way. Wait, what? Why is 12? 2-5. You'll never believe what's happening right now. 3-7. Oh, wow. You'll never believe it. So why is that happening? Yes, double rotation. Because going 0.5 is a full day, 0.5 is supposed to be a half day. 0.125 is morning. 0.25 is supposed to be morning. It's like, I don't... How does this keep happening? This actually happens too often. How did I do that? Well, this I know is actually wrong. Never mind. So this should definitely be the identity there. And then planet viewer basis is our parent times us. They named this wrong. They named this wrong. This multiplication they say, they've done it wrong. They named it wrong. Multiplies the right basis by this basis. Transforms the right basis by this basis. Child on the right, parent on the left. Child on the right, parent on the left. Dude, I guess they didn't name it wrong, but it's so weird. I keep doing this backwards a lot. Parents on the left, child on the right. Okay, so where is... So I still want... Oh, I don't need to do this anymore. Midnight, right? Good. 0.25 is going to be on the horizon. Wherever that is. Cool. And then noon is going to be directly overhead. And it's actually not rotating the correct way. So how did that happen? How did I not... How is this not rotating the right way? I think this is... Is it not inverse? I think it is inverse. Because I want to know... Yeah, it actually definitely is inverse. And actually I can pretty much do this here. What do they do? You just get the parent and times it by ours, and that's our global transform. I was wondering for a second if the planet should be the opposite. But no, we track the same rotation as the planet. So then... Also, I still think north is probably incorrect. I'm going to leave this off for now, just so it doesn't mess with anything. So why is this set in the wrong way, though? Which way am I facing? Yeah, this is north. This is what I want north to be. I mean, maybe it's fine if that's north. Positive Z is north. Let me just say north is positive Z. It's probably less confusing if I just don't keep only apply the things that I definitely need to apply, and then I will worry about north later. So it would rise negative and set positive. Which I guess follows with how longitude works. Longitude follows the sun around the sky. Okay. Morning. Now let me see if latitude works. Latitude should... In the morning, latitude should do nothing. I should see this like spin clockwise when I increase this value. And I do see it spin clockwise. Good. Okay. Now what time of day would I see a change? I guess I would start seeing it. So let's go to like what's halfway between 375? Okay, let me bump up field of view. So that's halfway up the sky. So now what do I expect to see? I expect to see this kind of fall over there. Is what I should expect to see as I increase latitude now. Okay, that's what I expected to see. It would fall to the horizon. Good. Now longitude, increasing the value chases the sun, so the sun should rise higher. So if I'm at 45 degrees, if I go 45 degrees here, the sun should be directly overhead. Okay. So now the sun is directly overhead, so as I increase latitude, I should see the sun fall to the horizon that way. The sun should fall and hit the horizon at 90. Awesome. Dude, the fact that the moon just moves all over the place is so silly to me. I mean, maybe that's, I guess it kind of looks right. I don't know. Okay. So longitude is chasing the sun correctly. So if I go to 0.5, it should set on the horizon, I think. Okay, not quite. At 90, it'll be on the horizon. Okay. And if I can back to 0, it'll be directly overhead. Okay. I mean, I think that's working now. I think latitude and longitude are definitely operating how they should be. So I would normally go to the extremes. So I'd sit at the North Pole and the sun should just spin around me throughout the day. Yep. Sun just spins around. If I do a full rotation on longitude, the sun should basically flip around behind me. It's directly behind me, good, and now it'd be directly behind me again. So I want to go and look at, I guess let's just go to 45. And that's pretty much what I think I should see with a longitude. So I don't know, let me just go like to 60 or something. Or I guess this would be 90, put it overhead. And then if I play this value, should be at... Cool, okay. Let me even go up to like, this is probably like 500 and turn on time. Does it play? Oh wait, editor real time. So if I start changing with this while it's playing, nothing crazy should happen. It should just move around the sky as I would expect it to. And I can even start chasing the sun. Okay, chase the sun backwards. Chase the sun backwards. I mean, I guess it's actually right. Is that actually right? Is that the way this should be moving? Also, clock time should stay, so when I change this, clock time should... Okay, clock time doesn't care at all about my longitude, apparently. In fact, it's actually compensating for longitude in the wrong way. Okay, so maybe longitude is going the wrong direction? Alright, so my reset real time is broken. That should have... Oh, planet rotation isn't being reset. Or am I setting local hour? Local hour 0? Should it be local hour equals initial time? Oh, it's probably supposed to be local hour equals initial time. When I do that. It's not compensating. It's not the size of the code, but how you use it. Okay. I do have too much code. Reset. Okay. Compensating, yeah. I'm definitely noticing that when I do this, and then I change my longitude, it's not... Increasing the value should make... I should be chasing the sun when I increase my longitude, I think. Let me check that that's what that really means. Because that will be important. Because I would want people to just go in there and type in... type in their own, like, geographical coordinates and they could see the sun roughly follow the direction that they expect. Or the path that they expect. Okay, this interestingly doesn't help me. Which way is positive? Is this... Because I think what we do is really track it by like west and east longitudes. I guess I'd just say west is positive. So, if I'm looking top down, west is positive. Or rather, if I'm looking here, and then I spin around to face the Earth, west would actually be going this direction, right? So that's a clockwise rotation. Okay, so it should be negative. When I apply my longitude, I should be rotating... I mean, let me even go to my solar model, because this is what I've set it up for. Yeah, this is a negative rotation. When I increase my longitude, I'm going west. Negative is going east, which is an increased value. Or I type in a negative longitude and I get that. So, This will be a note. Assign west. Assign west as positive and and this is just my what do they call it? My western perspective. Positive latitudes are toward me. Longitudes are toward me. Which, I mean, I guess that's like probably how they do it on the maps, right? Okay, so now if I increase longitude, I should see the sun rise. And I do. I'm following the sun. And my time should be going down, and it is. Okay, so I will reset real time. And I will hit editor real time, and then I start increasing my longitude. My time should go down. Whoops. Time should go down, and it does. I can bring it back to morning. I can fast forward the day. I can go to the next day. Awesome. I click reset while it's running, and it should. It doesn't send me there. Yeah, let me make it so that that works. Because I think what happens is I click and it's running in. What is happening? Oh, I think I have to say this and I have to say apply. Is that what I do? I set all these values and then I say apply. Apply time changes. So now if I turn on editor real time and I click this, yeah, teleporting backwards. And it's not going to do anything weird where it like teleports too far or doesn't go far enough. Okay, so I'm seeing like 1650. If I start messing around with time, put on my longitudes. Let's go to the North Pole. And then I hit reset. Okay, well, I have moved my longitude, so yeah, 1650. Awesome. So I could even type in noon here and hit reset, and we go back to noon. Okay, that all seems to be moving correctly. I'm getting there. This is going to make sense finally, and I'm finally going to have a dark night. After finally doing everything correctly. Yeah, the sun is actually set. Do I have to run that code? Can I leave that piece out? Does this still set positive, rise? Rise negative, set positive? Because that would be facing north, which is this way. I mean, I don't think that should change anything. I think that should, like, definitely just change nothing there. Okay, one thing I haven't tested yet is the tilt of the Earth. So, yeah, it's literally just going to be the inverse of this. I don't think forgot to do that. The moon is going to be more complicated. Probably, maybe, I don't know. Okay. So I want to go ahead and make sure that I get tilt here. So I'm just going to go to 23 1/4. So this should be summer. So if I think about tilt, this is north. This is essentially the point of facing the sun. My latitude 90 should still put it on the horizon. Okay, maybe not. Alright, so tilt is facing away. Interestingly. Okay, so let me do this on my solar model. So I make sure I know that I'm definitely applying this the right way. So my tilt would be essentially, yeah, I would apply the negative value to face towards the sun. In the summer. So I apply the negative value of tilt for summer. I absolutely apply the negative value of tilt in the summer. So now I think the reason why I don't see it actually doesn't make sense, because if I'm at 90 latitude, okay. So yeah, this makes sense, right? I'm applying the tilt to the planet. Is it kind of just like the wrong axis, maybe? Because I take the x-axis, which is right, and then I rotate. Yeah, it's the negative of my tilt. So why did this not work here? Or is it that like noon is... This doesn't quite seem correct. This looks good. This looks really good. I really do like how that's turning. That's definitely how that's supposed to turn. I feel like that's a good turn. But my latitude seems like it's kind of going the wrong way. Or my tilt is definitely going the wrong way, because this is what I should expect to see. The sun's not going to circle just around in the sky, right? When you're at the North Pole in the summer, the sun is above the horizon by your tilt. So why? Why is that going wrong? Am I applying my latitude correctly? I think I was. So I guess I'm going to reset myself. 90. Sorry, negative 90? Why am I spun like that? Okay. Reset you. I think it was just my position was kind of weird. I don't know. Alright, essentially just put myself there. So, positive latitude brings me up. Good. Negative latitude brings me down. Good. So when I go to the Earth, I apply a negative tilt. And then... yeah, how was that wrong? Is this supposed to be? I feel like this does nothing, right? I feel like that should do nothing. Yeah, the tilt is just sending it the wrong way. So why is that? That really bugs me. That really does bug me. Does this mean I'm applying my... should it be the inverse of my... one of these is wrong here. One of these two lines should be different, I think. I know that my planet viewer is in the right spot. I guess I just thought that the inverse... that looks like radians. Let me just check that I'm getting the right value for sure. And I'm not doing something weird. Radians as degrees. Degrees to radians, 23. Tilt phase. My tilt phase is 0. I'm rotating on my tilt axis, which is just the x-axis not rotated at all, because this is 0. My orbit is 0, and I'm just going to be sure it's 0 by turning that off. Why does that not work? So if I look down the axis and I rotate, yeah, that should be correct. This should be right. Okay. I've been thinking I need to do this, so I'm going to do this. So... I essentially just take the sun, and I spin it around 180 degrees. This is what I've been thinking. I've been thinking I probably need to do that. And this may now make it set. Or... Sorry, what am I at? 90? So it is in the correct position of the sky. And since I'm at the... Since I'm on the North Pole right now, it should just go around in a circle. It should not drop any lower in the sky. Okay, good, and it doesn't. My tilt phase will start dropping it under the horizon now. And that is the perfect shape that the sun should be making too. It should be doing that figure 8. Awesome. So now if I come back to my middle, yeah, this is the thing that's strange now. So it sets positive. Okay, no, this is probably right. Time is increasing, although time clock is really confused now. So I fixed this by turning the sun 180 degrees. But maybe that's not quite right. Also, since I'm at 0, the y-axis shouldn't be moving, I think. Or should it? It's a bit weird. Let me bring us up to 41. Okay, yeah, now I'm kind of back to this really dumb thing. Where the sun, like, refuses to set below the horizon for some reason. To go very far below the horizon, at least. But I have set all this up correctly. This is just the one thing that's really getting to me. This should just be the inverse. And the fact that the tilt isn't being respected is really annoying. It's not being applied correctly, at least. Yeah, I mean, this is super incorrect. The latitude isn't being taken into account. Okay, actually, what have I done wrong here? Because this is telling me every... Well, okay. I could, in theory, just have moved the sun in the wrong direction. So maybe this should be a positive tilt. So essentially, I have this set up instead. So if I have my axes, this is positive z. Positive z is towards the sun, right? So yeah, if positive z should be towards the sun, then this should be at -4. And right, okay. So yeah. This is correct, because I have my sun sitting at 0. So this still makes sense though, right? Like I do a positive rotation. Or sorry, this is the way this Earth spins, a positive rotation. Positive rotation. But then turning towards the sun is... Okay, so that is. So if I have a positive tilt, I just apply that tilt as it is. Okay. And then orbiting is essentially a negative rotation. Right, this should be... I don't know why I don't know how I messed that one up. That one should definitely have been negative there. So this is a negative rotation for orbit. Not on the tilted plane. Okay, so now my viewer has to kind of be fixed. Put him back in the middle there. Let's put the Earth back to nothing. So this is a positive 90-degree turn to put me on the surface. This is a positive 90-degree turn to put me on the surface. I'm just going to follow the model. Okay. Latitude is a negative application. Latitude is negative. And longitude would also be, if the axis is pointing this way, I guess longitude is still correct. Longitude is still positive on that axis. Or not correct, it should be negative. Okay. Right. Okay, so now am I correct? Time of day, it stays up there that high. My tilt is already applied. Good. So my tilt increasing it brings it higher in the sky. Great. And it should just trace a circle up there. Cool, it does. Alright. Let's go back to 0 and make sure that noon is truly noon. Okay. So it's not quite. I'm just taking the inverse of that. So I still want 0 to be noon. Oh, now I don't have to do this. Wait, I was going to say I don't have to do the subtraction. I think I do. because in my model, right, everything right now is just zeros, essentially. It needs to be 0, but then rotated 90. So up points at the sun. Good. The sun has no transformations applied. Directional light has no transformations applied. Alright, so this is what I should expect to see. I have no tilt and it's noon. Or I guess, I mean actually 0, right? This is what I should expect to see. Okay, yeah. That's what I see. When I go up, the sun should drop towards, I guess I don't really know which way. The sun is coming from positive Z, so as I go up, I see it more from the positive Z direction. Yep. And as I go negative, it's more behind me. Longitude will go ahead of the sun, so if I go positive here and then longitude, the sun should come back. Good. And then I think I just have to subtract. I guess really I subtract. I have to subtract 1, don't I? Or I have to add 1. Do I have to add 0.5? Wait, why is it not moving? My first thought was that it's subtracting 0.5. Yeah, okay. Yeah, because noon, right, should be 0. Okay. Yeah, it is subtracting 0.5. Oh my gosh. I need water. I will be right back. Also, I need to actually start working on my playlist or something. Just going to add. Okay, I will be right back. I'm back. Okay. So is everything in place now? So I am in summer. At latitude 0. Does this make my days longer or shorter? I think this makes my days shorter. Or longer? Wait. If I'm at the 0 and I progress time, try to get my bearings straight here. Wait, is this like a right? Wait, what? Did I change that? No, this is still just inverse. Okay, well now it's, okay, cool. So yeah, now it's rising positive x and setting negative x, which is what I wanted all along. Okay. So is that... should go up. Is that right? This feels like it looks a little bit weird. But what do I know? Okay, 41 latitude. My latitude should not change the time of day. And indeed it doesn't. Never mind my latitude. Well, I mean, if I go to the South Pole, then yeah, it's gonna be... So 41. Do we make sense now when it gets dark? I feel like the sun is still gonna be like barely below the horizon. Yeah, it kind of is. Is that true? Like... it really feels like... it's not accurate. But I guess this is summer, right? This is summer. So that does mean, you know, it's... yeah. Okay. The fortunate thing is that now I could... so my initial time is kind of wrong, isn't it? My initial time isn't really being respected as it should be. So if I say I want to start at noon, I should be able to change longitude and not see anything change. At least for, like, perspective of, like, you're setting your initial time, right? So, let me do this. Initial time must account for longitude, so... yeah. So I think what I did up here is in get local hour, I subtract... I do planet rotation plus initial time. Minus 0.5 there, I guess. I do subtract longitude, is that? Or no, I have to add, so whatever my planet rotation is, essentially my initial time, okay, let me say this. It's gonna be initial time minus 0.5. And I'll say plus just time offset. So if I'm at noon, this comes down to being 0. Do I then just have to subtract my longitude? Because longitude axis I guess let me go to the model, figure that out. So longitude, I'm applying positively. So then I do this. So then on my planet, I then have to apply just that same, I actually just apply the same exact rotation. I would just add the longitude. And I do longitude over tau here. Is this correct? So I should expect now, no matter what I set my longitude to, the sun doesn't move. And local time is wrong. Local time should always say the correct value. So now I think I just kind of actually take this out. I don't have to count for longitude there. Okay. But now when I start playing, now longitude will have an effect. Okay, it doesn't. I'm quite confused. Yeah, how do I do this? How do I make my longitude not affect my initial time, but it will affect my rotation? Or it affects the viewer here. I mean, I guess I do say leave it at 0 and change during gameplay, right? So I guess I'll just go back to this. Yeah, I do say you should leave it at 0 and only change it during gameplay. And this is Okay, let me just hit Control Z until it comes back. Oh, there it is. Yeah, minus longitude tau. I get positive, I chase the sun, so it gets earlier in the day. And then the time is seemingly respected. So if I'm at 0.5, I would have to be at, yeah, 90. Well, this is just if I have a 0 tilt. Yep. Yeah, tilt has no effect on that. Good. Yeah. Recommended leave it at 0 so you can set your time there. So yeah, let me make it so that we're at like... at what point does this... I think this is already at the stall. So I want to get this so that every day is like kind of the max turn here. I guess that'd be 0.5. So this puts it right at fall. And the sun is like going quite a lot further under the horizon, a lot more. That's what I wanted. Because I guess I did always have it before set so that you're in the summer in the north. So it kind of was the fact that it just wasn't, you know, now it kind of starts getting bright at like, you know, 3:30, which maybe is a bit more accurate. And then it's certainly dark by... I have auto exposure on, right? Yeah. And yeah, like 8 o'clock it's dark. Right, okay. This feels correct. So from 8 to like, or more like 8:30 to 3:30, you have it being dark, so that's, I guess 7 hours of darkness. Yeah, about like, you know, like 8 hours of darkness. So that's definitely way better. The moon is so funny how it moves. I can't get over the fact that it's just like orbiting this really crazy way around the sky. And yeah, you don't see any light until like 3:30. Let me even play it. I still feel like there's over brightness in the sky. You know, maybe 2000 isn't low enough. I don't know. Cool. Okay. Also, I feel like that doesn't actually kind of make any sense, does it? Does that make sense? 0.25 being precisely the time that the sun rises. I do have it exactly in the fall, so I guess maybe that makes sense. Like latitude, weird. Wait. Is that correct? If I bring the tilt phase back, I guess that is correct, isn't it? Yeah, I guess that is correct. And then as the tilt phase increases, sunrise comes later and later and later and later until you're in the winter, which is at 1. Yeah, well. The sun doesn't rise until like... Actually, yeah, what time is sunrise at 41 latitude? I want to look this up. Because I have this now modeled so, you know, accurately that I'm even accounting for aberration or refraction in the atmosphere. So I wonder if sunrise in winter at 41 latitude is about 7:26 a.m. I mean, AI thinks I'm close enough. 7:26. Although I want it down to the second. I really want this down to the exact second. This would be at the equinox? What? Okay, thanks, Adblock. Oh my gosh. Actually, this graphic is really nice. So what is this? This is the yeah, I said it's fall, so September 22nd to 23rd. So I guess I say September 22nd. $41. That can't be right. Minus should be 0. Yeah. 5 a.m. I don't think that's correct, is it? Is that true? Would this be daylight savings? All right, what source did... Is this where I type in? 41. Can I select this correctly? No. This is not where I type in. Alright, send you to 6. Do I have to drag the pin? Oh my gosh. Okay, so that's probably close enough to 41. Yeah, September. Dang. Did I have this? I feel like I should have this. I feel like this should have been right. For the first day? What about the 22nd day? I mean, it's pretty close. I don't like that I'm so... I feel like I'm too far off. I guess I should just need the date. They say 22nd, 23rd, which is pretty much everywhere. 23rd, maybe? It's around the 23rd. 6:44. I mean, I'm off by 30 minutes. So I don't like that I'm off by 30 minutes. That doesn't seem good. I mean, I guess this is also me just kind of like eyeballing it. So I don't know. Should have taken B earlier. I mean, I am quite close. I am really close. I think it's probably mostly... it's quite affected a lot, I think, by my eye altitude, which is essentially from the ground. So I am saying that I am 150 meters above the ground. That's, you know, that's kind of far. So maybe I should just go back to, like, I'm 1 meter above the ground, or 10 meters above the ground. And perhaps see here if I can get a more accurate time. Because I guess it does. I mean, alright, let me put myself in the ocean. Go to the ocean. Sunrise at 6:26 on this day. I don't understand what hour does. I don't think hour does anything. Yeah, I feel like I'm just off by a lot. Let me re-import. Re-import this. Re-import this. Save. Reload save scene, make sure it's definitely correct. Yeah. This is why I don't like going too close, because you get this thing where you have a very black line. And yeah, I'm like off by an hour. I'm off by a lot. That actually didn't make it any better. That definitely made it worse. Yeah. Is this more like daylight savings time? Like I would be subtracting an hour here. I would say this is 6 a.m. 7:25. Maybe that is it. Maybe I'm actually right on the target that I'm looking for. I'm essentially on target. I'm in the ocean at 41, really close, and I'm off by like 2 minutes. Right? Because I put the sun down there. I'm off by like 5 minutes. You know what? I'll call it that. I'll say this is technically daylight savings time. And I guess since I've also elevated myself, the horizon line would actually be a little bit higher than this. So you know, I'm gonna say I'm actually perfect. That's actually kind of perfect. I'm pretty much right on target. I'm pretty sure this counts as daylight savings time, which would say the real time here. Well, our clock time would say 6:26. But the clock time here does not count for daylight savings time, so it has the extra hour that would be taken off. Yep. So if sunrise is 7:20, let me check that sunset also works if I subtract an hour off of it. Time of sunset, I'm sure they call sunset when the bottom of the disk touches. So 5:33. I mean the minutes are pretty much on the dot. Although I feel like that's 2 hours off now. Okay, so how am I off 2 hours? Yeah, because they're saying sunsets like here. How does that work? What is this, the very day that they do daylight savings time or something? Is it the very same day? Nah, 6 to 6. There's something weird going on here. Because this time is just like ahead by an hour. But then this time is ahead by 2 hours. Or behind by 2 hours. What does that mean? It means something is probably wrong, right? But I mean, the minutes, this one is so close to the exact time. It was 33:33 or something. Or 34:15 if I go forward a day, which is, this is more the exact day. 32:33. Like, I am on the minutes, but the hour I have very wrong. So this kind of makes me suspicious that I'm passing too much time. Because if I were just to subtract an hour, like I just say, all right, whatever clock time is, subtract an hour from it. I would say this is actually like 6:16, you know, 6:20. $6:26. But then I get over here and the sun seems to be setting ridiculously early. Way earlier than it should be. I mean, but I'm still on like the minute. Am I computing my clock time wrong? Could I be doing that? Could my clock time just be incorrect? Planet rotation plus initial time then I'll subtract planet orbit. But this is currently 0, so. Yeah, my clock time is somehow wrong here. It must be wrong. Because the weird, yeah, I'm on the minutes. I'm on the minutes. I have the minutes almost perfect. We're not change the length of a day, right? We don't we don't literally run our clock slower, right? Yeah, we can't do that. What if I turn off refraction really quick? Do I actually still do this bad? Is it still bad? Okay, no. No. That's definitely correct. How am I on the minutes, but I have the hours? I'm off by 1 hour in the morning and then 2 hours in the evening. What does that mean? But everything in between seems to line up. Is this like accumulating something that goes away? Because this should line up with the Z at 1. And it does. Yeah, that doesn't seem right. Because my day is like an hour shorter than it should be. This is what that means, right? My day is an hour shorter. I guess I would just say yeah, so it should be 12 hours, right? What did they say? Length of... Are about the same length. Yeah, this is what I thought. For like this one day, everyone on Earth, the day and night are equal length. Because the tilt does not apply any longer to... The tilt no longer affects the length of a day and a night on this day. But this is not 12 hours then, is it? Let me put it right there in the middle. So this is like 4... Because I should essentially be able to add half to this and get to the other side of the day. Yeah. So something is wrong there. That's got to be incorrect. Is my tilt phase wrong? This is pi. Is my tilt phase wrong? Wait, was I supposed to set this to like 0.5? Wait, what do I say? 1 is the winter solstice. Oh my gosh. That's where I'm wrong. Okay. Wow. Alright. How did I like not even notice that? Yeah. This is exactly perfect now. 6 a.m. Six to 6. Okay, good. How did I get the correct minutes at the winter equinox? So that's really weird. How did I do that? I mean, this is what, like you would say sunset is a few minutes after 6. Alright, weird. I don't know how I did that, but I did. Okay, well, whatever. So yeah, tilt phase puts me at the equinox. The days are getting, well, the days have been getting shorter, but this is like the fastest rate of days getting shorter. Like the very next day after this day will be a very, very short, or noticeably shorter. In theory. If you were playing the game and paying attention. To the length of a day. Okay, cool. All right. So I think I've got all that set. Let me now get the moon in position. Where is the moon? Moon's way over there. Okay, let me get the moon moving correctly. So essentially I just say, not this. I would say parent, child, right? So this should be inverse. So I think this is all right. I mean, that should have been correct. Essentially, I treat this as if it's orbiting. As if it's just like generally orbiting a sky, right? So I take the x-axis, this is the inclination phase with the moon inclination. So if I just go ahead and add now and I guess technically I wouldn't be adding it like this, but oh well. So if I'm still following the lines here, right. So if I'm actually following the lines of which direction the sun comes from, the moon does start in front, does start between the Earth and the sun. The moon does start here. And you know, I'll figure out like which way the mesh has to rotate 90 degrees to match, but so the plane of rotation here, essentially I will take the plane of rotation. So inclination, I guess, yeah, it can just be positive. See, that makes sense. That can be positive. And then the orbit, we would orbit it, and then we would apply this would all go on the mesh. So the moon orbit plus the orbit offset. So this would essentially be going, if this were a light, I guess I can add a directional light to this. Okay, good. The directional light is facing the right way with no modification. Whoops. Reset that. And I'll just make this like really dim light. Lock that so I can't modify by accident. Okay. Now then this would essentially come out this way for positive rotation. Right. And that is the way that the moon orbits. It orbits in that counterclockwise direction. But I would like... Where would I want 0 to be? Do I say... I think I wanted to start at a full moon. So I will say to add a 0.5 to its rotation. Yeah. I will say to add 0.5 to its rotation on the moon. So 0 is at opposition. Actually, I won't do that. I will say 0 is a new moon, and 0.5 would be a full moon. Okay. Well, I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't. Alright, let me say we start as a new moon. A full moon. And then orbit offset, I will have range from negative 0.5 to positive 0.5. Right. So this is just the orbital position. It gets this value. And then I would apply this for the light, so it puts it in the sky based on where I am. And then this stuff pretty much all stay the same. That all stayed the same. I didn't do anything there. So now I should expect to see the moon at opposition, or I think I have it offset already. At 0. Okay, really weird that it's all the way down there. Oh, why do I have the inclination at like crazy values? Alright, but those... Alright, cool. Yeah, that's opposition right there. So if I zoom into this, do I see the near side or the far side? I see the near side. So because I do orbit it around, I guess that makes sense. Because I apply this extra 0.5 here, I have to apply another 0.5 here. I guess I just do all that, right? So now I see the correct side of the moon. And that is not the right way. That's definitely not the right way that's supposed to be going. Okay. So I guess I need to look at how the orbit basis is working right now. I apply the inclination, and then I apply the orbit, which rotates on the y by moon orbit plus the orbit offset. I mean, I guess that seems right. Yeah, it's put in the sky by this. This puts it in the sky. Parent, child. The inclination phase. No, this should be going up, right? Should this be going? Okay, well let's. Maybe it actually is moving correctly. So as I move its orbit offset, okay, no, I feel like that's definitely just not. Actually, maybe that is, because that's the way that the sun spins, isn't it? Oh, okay. That is correct. And is the inclination phase and offset still right? So if I go to... I can't see it. If I go to 1, it doesn't hit the sun. Sweet. But I think it might all be actually set up properly. Yeah, I'm never gonna find it zooming that far that fast. Cool. Awesome. How close can I go before I can't see it anymore? I feel like there's definitely a point at which like the moon actually just vanishes. Like you never see the moon this close to the sun in the sky. You just can't, like there's a point where you just can't see it anymore. You need like a really good camera and to know like actually where the moon is supposed to be in the sky at that time. I can still see a sliver. Yep, and that's just gone. Oh, I've totally lost it now. Oh, there it is, I found it. I can barely see this. There it is. Okay, we'll bring that to 0. Am I all set up? Time enabled. Or editor real time. And I think I have it set so that the moon, normally, you know, in reality the moon is like 30 days about that long to orbit the Earth. I think I've set it to, I can look exactly at it. Orbital period, I've brought it down to 23.9. How fast is that? That would be like 10 days, I guess. Yeah, about 10 days. 23.93 is actually exactly 10 days in comparison to that. So I'm gonna run my simulation at like a really high speed so I can see this. I can see the moon orbiting in about 10 days. So it'll take 5 days to get to like a new moon. And I guess 2.5 days before it becomes a quarter moon. So I should see it become, it should be waning right now. So the right side, the left side of the moon is going to stay bright, the right side's going to get darker. If I think about this right, which way? The sun chases the moon, is that right? So the sun should pass the moon. So yeah, I think I'm right there. The right side of the moon will, the left side of the moon will stay bright, the right side will get darker. So that was, oh, I don't think I do orbits. Yeah, I forgot. I actually don't run orbits in the editor. Simply because that does like greatly mess with the positions of these bodies, so actually yeah, it should just stay the same. But I think the moon is like turning around though, funnily enough. Yeah, the moon is turning though. So yeah, moon rotation should not be updating either. If I hit reset, does that put the moon back? Cool, yeah, it does. So yeah, the moon should stay exactly there all the time. It should not move. But when I run it in the game, I should see it. I'll like watch it through the scope, you know. Very bright moon. That is super bright. Okay, still facing the right way. Good. So let me put it a little bit, where is this? Yeah, a little bit behind its orbit, I think. Like -0.1, I think is where I want it to be. Maybe like -0.5, 1.5. Okay. I will hit play. Time enabled was not turned on though. Why did this guy look like that? That's kind of crazy. That's really weird. Why did this guy look like that? There goes the sun whipping around. So yeah, I would expect the moon to appear like somewhere over there. Soon. Soon, very soon. I don't see the moon. Where the heck is the moon? Oh, there's the moon. What? Oh my gosh. Oh, right, okay. Yeah, the moon, of course, would appear over that way, actually. I was looking over there. Because I forgot that I still haven't applied northern rotations yet, so... The moon should be coming up really soon. Please be soon. There it is. God, that's so fast. So, a night of a full moon, but then it should be waning. I actually, like, I can barely keep up with that, how fast it's moving. Gosh. That is fast moon. I definitely, now that I have all this, I feel like I definitely want to have something happen in the game where time starts going faster. And it might get a little hard to play because if I go too fast, then it's going to be like maybe a little bit epileptic. Okay, a later moon. Am I facing the right way? There it is. Cool, we are waning. The left side is staying bright and the right side is getting darker. And the moon is still facing me as well. It's doing orbit, which means that the moon is rotating as well as orbiting, and the moon is still up. Cool. It's pretty much a quarter moon already. Jeez. This moon is so fast. Should be coming up pretty late. There it is. Alright, we're at a quarter moon. And it doesn't look like... I don't feel like... Wow, I'm blind. Okay. Yeah, it's still... Jeez. I actually don't have enough time to, like, expose for the brightness. When the sun comes up. So that was 2 days. So I should kind of not be able to see the moon anymore. I might not even notice it come up. Because it should be a new moon now. Oh, wait, I did see it come up. But today it should be becoming a new moon, I think. Okay, maybe not. I guess it becomes a new moon. Oh, no, I said it's 10 days, which means 5 days it'll be a new moon. So on the second and a half day, it becomes a quarter moon, and then it takes another 2.5 days to become a new moon. And I made a mistake of not. I guess I can barely see the street lights. I can almost start seeing the street lights before the sun comes up again. And I like how dark it is. I love that. So I saw the moon there. It's somewhere over here. Okay, I can't see the moon anymore. Yeah, new moon. And so now I think about, I guess about now, the moon will be rising after the sun. So I'll have to wait to see the moon after the sun comes up. So yeah, I didn't see the moon there. Will I be able to spot it? I'm kind of looking where I think I should be able to see it. Didn't see it. Okay. Oh, there it is. All right. I think that's all working out. I should have actually left that going to make sure the moon was still facing me by the end of the whole orbit. But oh well. I mean, I think I got it. I think I've done it. I think it's operating correctly now. Now the only thing to get in is north, which would I just apply that as a rotation on after I compute is that correct? To rotate the viewer here, turn north at the end. Um, this should just spin the sky, right? So if I turn off... I go to morning. What did I have morning at before I made all these changes? This would be under environment. Oh, it wouldn't be. I had north at 79.6. So does that make this 79.6? Or is it 180 minus 79.6? $100.4? I could have done that math in my head. I really would like it to be like right over there. I guess I was in the summer too, so if I put it at 0... Okay, go early. Okay, yeah, I mean that pretty much puts the sun where it used to be. So I'm gonna try to match that spot, I guess. At 0.5 on the planet. Whoa. And I'll go a little bit further because the sun is going to be moving quite a bit. Tilt will start being affected by it. Or why not? 117. It kind of works out. Okay, time scale. At 30. And then... I guess let's go to sunset. See how that feels. Yeah, that is an odd thing. That is an odd thing that's happening with the sky there. I'm not sure what that is. Very strange. Very strange. Is it this? Do I need to do this? Why is that happening? What? Yeah, what's going on there? This is my test light. I should probably turn this off. I should probably get rid of it, actually. Moonlight should definitely not be on right now. Okay, it really wants to be on. Never mind. Yeah, why is the moonlight on? It should definitely not be on right now. I guess it's visible, but then it doesn't have shadow turned on. Yeah, okay, that's fine. I'm not sure, this is weird. I'm just gonna say reload. I'm not sure what's going on with that. It should look yeah, nothing should be changing when I hit launch. Because I just ran it before, and it was running fine, and now it's suddenly... It was gray. For a second there. What have I changed? This can't be night vision doing this. Night vision's not doing anything right now. Yeah, I dropped scale and speed. That's debug stuff. That's all fine. It's all fine. I'll go ahead and get rid of this marker. I don't need this. I will add atmosphere. That was just a line with extra spaces at the end that I got rid of. So my refactoring, but none of this should have changed any of that. Because I was just running it without that happening. But then when I loaded, everything was gray again. Which is weird to me. Why was everything gray? Documentation name changes, variable stuff. None of that should influence anything. Anything I'm seeing. Those all got to go away. I apply timescale in the call to update time. Tons of stuff just kind of moved around. A better refraction thing. Those variable names just changed. That apply time change is good. Compute viewer stuff. Moon. Sun, moon. Oh, what does that change? Oh, this is so I can see the sun disk, no matter where it is. So that I guess I need to change back. But I guess let me look at these. That's just so I could do some printing for that stuff, so that that shouldn't have changed anything. Yeah, none of that should have changed anything. So I'm not sure why the sky looks the way that it does. At all. Unless maybe now is not going to do it. Yeah, this is super strange. I don't know what I changed that's done this. Why is the sky all gray? Do I just need to re-import these again? To fix it? This is really weird. Also, I'm noticing the whole world isn't turning purple. I really feel like something here has changed that I didn't see. I'm not running eye night vision, am I? Yeah, it's just tone map and that and this. What has changed? That's the readme. It's the angle of my light. Exposure, scale, and speed shouldn't have changed anything. This one, auto exposure min exposure value. Seems strange. Let me change that back to -5. I'm really not sure why that one is up there now. Do I have some fog? Why do I feel like it keeps getting brighter when I open this? Oh man. Ambient light sky. Sky. Fog on? I don't even know. I mean, why not, I guess. Is this, like a camera thing? Like, these guys are messing with this? Because when I reloaded it, I saw that I was, you know, rendering something. Alright, let me send my... How? Wait, I'm actually really confused. I was just running it and it was working, and now... All I did was I set my time. I set my time back to something else. Why does this insist on like changing to something else? That's actually crazy annoying. That's really annoying that it keeps changing to that value. Let me try turning off the terrain here and just see if I can like see the moon. Because yeah, I don't see like anything in the sky. The sky is just totally gray. I'm actually shocked that I can walk. Yeah, the sky is just completely gray. So the sky isn't rendering at all of a sudden. It's not rendering it at all. What if I turn off time enabled? No, because how is it then running? How is it then running? Let me go to earlier in the day. My shadows aren't moving at all. Yeah, those should be like definitely moving. What is going on there? This camera doesn't have any settings applied to it. What if I hide that camera? How was it working before? Because like I was just literally sitting here watching the sky turn. Okay, let me quit. And I'm gonna go and delete all the cached files. Because I'm really suspicious that it's not my fault here. I'm really quite suspicious that I haven't done anything wrong. I really don't understand that. Because I hit... What did I do? I hit play at like 2000 speed. I was watching it. Then I said, okay, cool. I flew myself over back to my character. I changed north. No, I hadn't changed north yet. Then I moved north. I rotated it to go north. And then I hit play again, and it was a gray sky. I don't know what happened in between there. I don't think I did anything. I'm just gonna assume it cached a file wrong. Because I really don't get how it looks fine in my editor. How like 20 seconds previously it looked fine in the game. And then I hit run and then I can't see anything anymore. Now I gotta like collapse everything again. Okay. Yeah, like this is all I did. I like went over here and then I moved it so it was north and then I hit. So this is gonna be busted again, really. I guess that actually wasn't totally busted. Never mind. So anything in the output. Crazy number of errors. Yeah, that was just like one animation that couldn't load. Okay. Why? Okay, so this is really consistent now. Because I just cleared everything and I hit run and it still did that. What the hell? Alright, let me reload again. Something fishy's going on. Hopefully I don't get 500 errors here. It's gonna crash, is actually what's gonna happen. Oh, nope. Interesting. Collision polygon. There's some other things that I don't want to be visible. Path. Physical bone. Raycast. Skeleton. No navigations. No CSG shape. Okay. And then I don't want to see the grid here or the origin. Water. So yeah, what is happening? I'm like really confused. I am really confused. Also, I really want this to be like here. Here we go. Yeah, so I'm noticing that the sky basically hasn't done anything. It's like dynamic day is turned off. What if I turn that off? If I don't have time enabled. Very, very weird. Very, very weird. Crazy weird. In fact, I might be starting to get a little upset about this. Because I don't know what's going on. This was just running. I think I literally didn't change anything but rotating north. I guess let me try turning off the north rotation. No more north. It definitely worked like this. Yeah, this definitely worked. And then I have no idea what I changed. I feel like, in fact, I didn't change anything. I just hit run again and it stopped working. I don't know. This is strange. It's like the compositor is suddenly not running anymore, is what I think it's. Well, no, even this isn't running. Dynamic day is not running. It's definitely not, because it would be moving. Huh? What? What just happened? Okay. What, is there like some rate of time passage that this just breaks and it doesn't do it anymore? It doesn't do anything? Wow, there is. Okay, I think I get it. In physics process, this is time enabled. Update sky delta. Yeah, wow. These are... Is equal to prox is not able to pick up the very small changes that I'm applying to time. Somehow. So it never runs. Also, this should be running the first time no matter what. Update sky should be running the first time. So let me make sure... Let me put in, like, just a boolean here that's, like, first run. I'll make sure that's set there. Just, in fact, just leave it like that. And then in here, I'll say first run, and then yeah, let me just say first run. Or actually, so what I'll do is I will do this. Oh, maybe I should just say first run here. So that we're guaranteed one update at the start. So if I turn this off, I should be guaranteed one update to get this guy in place. Okay, and I got one update to put this guy in place. Good. So yeah, now these epsilons are too low because I am modifying it by a very small value. So if I were to say 1, let me even just print out update periods. Because even I'm quite certain I have the precision to run this, but yeah, these epsilons are so small. Yeah, these epsilons are smaller than, because I think is equal prox checks this value. I'm pretty sure it literally reads this value. Let me even go look at their code to see how large approximately equal is, because I think they have it cranked way too high. Or sorry, is 0 approx? If I could spell approx correctly. Compare CMP epsilon. Okay. I guess I actually have it not that low. Or not that high. But that's 4 decimals. Yeah, something's definitely wrong because even mine should be updating. Even at real time, this should be fast. This should be enough that this updates. And yeah, clock time is not moving. It's been several seconds now. Clock time isn't moving. Well, actually, I guess this is equal, isn't it? So yeah, let me have my own. Do they allow me to pass in an epsilon? They don't. Yeah. What do I need? What do I need? This is down. This is really, really low. So I've got... got 7 zeros. So I guess I'll say 8 zeros. Actually, I can go really, really low. So... yeah, how many zeros do you get with a double? Let's see, bits of precision. They say bits. What does that mean for places, though? Yeah, what does that mean for places, though? This one probably gives it... I mean, I guess I know bits. I guess I can take the log 2 of that. Or something. They have limits. Remember they had a table that was like, this is the smallest value you can have. Oh, range of floating point numbers. I don't have a subnormal number, I think. There used to be a table somewhere. I remember looking at this. I remember looking at this because I was having to type in... I remember typing it in. Doublet really has that many places? 308. Funny. Okay. Actually no, this would be... Oh no, that is right. Crazy. Okay, well, I guess I can just use a bunch of zeros. So I have 5, 6, 7, 8 zeros. Okay. I'll add 2 more. 2 more zeros. So this needs to be a Boolean. So, literally just returning A minus B. Absolute value of this is less than E. There we go. And now if I run at timescale 1, the sun will move. And clock time will update. Oh wow, clock time is not updating. Why? Why do we not change time? Let me go to 30. The value I had it set to. Oh wait, clock time isn't updating in game. That's why. Okay. Clock time needs to update in game. My mistake. Actually, I don't understand how that's possible. Oh, clock time here. I wasn't looking at clock time. Duh. Alright, but let me change north back to 117. Cool. Morning, and then, yeah, I guess I was supposed to hit remote. There we go. Now I can see time changing. Sweet. And there was one thought that I had about this. Okay, I will save it because I've remembered it, so I know I can remember it again. Of course, right. Let me go a little bit earlier than this. I want to see if sunrise still looks good. It should. It shouldn't have really changed. Fog is definitely adding light to the scene though. Whoa, okay, that just popped in. I don't think that was really a mistake I mean, it must have been a mistake that I added recently, but, you know. Whoa, very yellow. I guess this actually does have tone mapping and stuff turned off. Oh no, it's back on. Why did that pop in? I need to fix that. That shouldn't be happening. Oh. Oh no, I do have this. Huh. Why did that pop in so dramatically? Also, that one definitely needs to be an is equal there, and not an is equal approx. Alright, so what happened? What have I done? I mean, this looks correct. It's visible false, light energy is 0. And essentially what it should be doing is fading in its light energy. Okay, let's get down to where we start running code. It would definitely be in the update sky method. Here. Sun rotate X. Yeah, weirdly it seems like it didn't change anything. So unless I broke that like super recently, could it be a yeah, this is weird. That's just a shader, that's not the brightness of the sky. Or the brightness of the light. Yeah, really weird. I guess I can at least go ahead and change this back. Although this should really not do anything. I guess I could just change this here. I mean, maybe it actually is reading the color. Maybe it is. Maybe that actually was messing with it. Never mind, I bet that was actually messing with it. Because it reads the intensity of the sun by, like, pointing at the sun and saying, hey, what's your color? So that actually probably was it. And why it looked really yellow for some reason. Oh, I feel like I blinked and didn't even see that. Okay. Well. It is super yellow, but You know, I expect that at this time of day. And then it gets white. Okay. Yeah, I feel like I blinked and missed it or something. That's... Very cool. Very cool. Why do things look like this right now? I feel like things look a bit strange up there. I guess that's just the normal maps in the distance. Which, I mean, they really shouldn't be drawing normals that far away. Yeah, it makes it look strangely noisy. Maybe I should bring that back. Have normals not run up there. Also, I wonder if I should bring down the time scale. Maybe 30 is still a bit too fast. Nope. Yeah, it definitely just pops in right now. Dang. I'm actually really confused. What did I do? Below the horizon, energy 0. I compute an energy, which is light horizon. Times the square root of sunlight color. Wait, is this sun radiance still? Let me put a breakpoint there. Because one thing I know I changed was I removed a bunch of the stuff that was like just computing some values. Sun radiance is 0. Okay. Stupid. Stupid stuff. So yeah, everything with a setter. Everything with a setter that doesn't like, that does something different with it, I need to pay really close attention to. Yeah, anything I don't set here, the setter doesn't get called inside of this. So I'm missing that call. I'm missing this call. So I guess sun angular diameter I have to set. Moon angular diameter I have to set. Those are all fine, those don't have setters. Okay, so I have to bring back some of these. Alright, what did I name it? Or what wording did I use for this? Because I got rid of it. But I guess I still need some of it back. Yeah, force cached calculations. I have the moon before sun, so I will maintain that order. And what else do I set there? Those are all fine. Yeah, those are all fine. But then I will call update periods. So that's guaranteed to be correct. Okay. I think those are the only things that I have that set something. That set a different value. Moon distance. Moon distance, maybe? Maybe moon distance. I should set. Do I set that there? I don't set it there, so maybe it's not a big deal. Cool, sun radiance is the proper size. Alright, let me run up here and see the sun fade in. Nice. Excellent. This noise pattern is really weird. Cool, alright. Man, okay. Is Sky done? Is Sky all done? I think Sky's all done. That model was very helpful to get me through this. Cool. So I won't commit the player. I won't commit that. I won't commit that. I won't commit that. I won't commit that. World scene. Okay, so I did move the sky, so let me, I guess, move the sky back. Initial time to 0.8, and then... yeah, initial time to 0.8. Time scale changed, and then latitude and north moved up. Planet tilt phase, moon orbit offset changed. Okay. Yeah, and those are all those rotations changed. Cool. Alright, I will add partially this. Yes to all that. Yes to all that. And then not the zombie. Not that. Not that. Not that. Okay. I will add that. And then I, of course, will be adding the whole script itself. That's not a command. Why did the animations change? Yeah, that's silly. I need to undo those. I need to make sure I restore those. Those should not have changed at all. I don't know why those changed. That's still debug stuff. I didn't want to send that. Huh? Wait, what? I just like somehow didn't add that one. I guess I made the same mistake twice and only noticed it the second time. Alright, so we'll be adding that one. And then I need to eat lunch before it gets too much later. Auto exposure, I'm not doing anything with that. Wow, okay. This is actually a pretty small commit. I will add the solar model though. I will add the solar model, as that was helpful. Yeah, these mesh things, I need to make sure I undo those. Those should not be changing. Get commit, I guess. Okay. Yeah, fixed fundamental problems with the dynamic day script. Now using basis only and the visual model. Which helped get all the rotations correct. Right, and now also added tilt phase to planet. Now fully simulating seasons. Or added orbits. Tilt phase to planet, now fully simulating seasons. Set season 2 autumn equinox. Okay. And that's pretty much it. All right. That has got to be the last time I will ever modify this. I'm only using basis. Everything looks like it was working. I was setting values and looking at the model and comparing the two and saying, yes, that's correct. Right? Everything should be perfect. Cool. Okay. And now it should also be getting quite dark quite quickly. I also did change the time scale, so I should really mention that I changed the time scale, actually. How do I do an empty commit? I think I can do... I mean, I already pushed, so it's fine. Yeah, I really don't like that I forgot to mention that I changed the time scale. Also, why is it like really bright? Why does it start quite bright? What is that? I guess this is setting the ambient light power, the skylight power, right? The moon is really far overhead. Yeah, but that looks like a good brightness though. Can't see anything. That is so dark. Did I thought I set this up so that I could see him with this light. Yeah, I cannot see him at all. There he is. Yeah, I gotta be right on top of him to see him. I think it might just be because my room is quite bright, you know? So let me try putting my... Also, is the moonlight on? No. I guess I did set it back to like -8, didn't I? Okay, let me... Well, I didn't even commit that yet, so that's good. I guess let me go back to auto exposure and set this to -8 then. Let me say -7.5, just so it stays as a committed value. As like a resource value. Yeah, I'm not sure that I like how... how bright this is. Can I see moonlight? I mean, I guess 7.5 is kind of not as close to... I guess I'll just say 8.1 then, or 8.01. Maybe it is just too far. I've just gone too far with that. I mean, I guess when I apply... I'll have to figure out the sky. I'll have to really figure out the sky. Or more of the sky. These values. I set it to 100 by accident. Whoops. Alright, well that's as dark as it gets. Either way. About 0. I mean, I can't leave it at 0. Otherwise that would literally make the moon disappear. So what I really have to do is I just have to drag this down until it's at a value that makes sense. Because I can get this too low. To where it starts dimming the moon too far. Alright, I'll say 700. Or 700 is the lowest it can go. Man, I really gotta eat lunch. I'm just still sitting here, not having lunch. Yeah, okay. Alright, if I remember what I'm going to do with night vision, though, I will be doing it so that beyond a certain point... Let's go right before night. Right before sunset. Yeah, I need to keep in mind how I'm planning to do night vision and why I have the values set the way that they are right now. Essentially, there's a certain luminance beyond which color vision, literally color vision just goes away. You can't see anymore. And you rely on rods. So this is what the scotopic value is supposed to be. Essentially... And the value's obviously got to be tweaked, because this should be 0 right now. It should pretty much be 0 until the sun is like below the horizon, and it's like far below the horizon. It should stay 0. Ambient light should be bright enough to keep the scotopic at 0. Essentially, this is a multiplier that acts as your night vision. So below a certain luminance, you can no longer see colors, essentially. I'll have a value that's kind of like, once the luminance drops below a certain value, this value goes down. But really, my luminance, I think I have a really bad luminance calculation, because this says 0.05, like, during the day, right? Like, I'm looking at this white wall, scoped in as bright as it can be. And my luminance is 0.125, right? Like that realistically, that would be like a 10. This would be like a 10. So I've got something wrong in how I'm computing luminance somewhere. So I'll have to investigate that. But then once I have like a good luminance value that makes sense, then I would have essentially like 0.01 or something. You start not being able to see very well. Like that's when it properly gets dark. Like I said, the luminous value right now doesn't make sense. It's not accurate. Yeah, because it's like in bright daylight, it's like the luminance scale is like at 10s or something. It's like between 1 and 10. And then at night, it's like, at like the thousandths or 10,000ths place. This mountain is really cool. Yeah, because luminance is gonna get down to like 001 already. Which this is still obviously like well within color vision brightness. And it would be based on the luminance of individual pixels too. It's not going to be your whole screen. So yeah, I've hit apparently at the bottom. I've already bottomed out on my luminance exposure. So yeah, somewhere around 0.1, you're not able to see color. So I would have this all kind of like being, the luminance of this would be really, really low. So it should be dark. And then pretty much the only thing you'd be able to see would be this once I get that put in. And that should also probably fix this thing where this black, which is crazy, I don't understand it. This is a black texture. And I made it slightly less than pure dark because it just looked a little weird when it was pure black. But then at night, the exposure goes up and this literally turns white with how exposed it is. I mean, so it's probably something is probably also a little bit wrong just with how auto exposure works. It should probably be taking the luminance of the value and multiplying it by that, not the color value. Because the luminance of this thing would be really, really low. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to get lunch, and I will be right back. back. Chair gaming is over. I got food, I'm gonna eat. You got a little too much food. A little too much. I did get a little too much food. But I ate all of it. Okay. Alright, what's going on here? I think what I should do is tune... Oh, so that was dark that whole time? It's kind of nice. Kind of nice. What time of night is it officially dark? Alright, so this is certainly too bright. And it's just getting brighter and brighter. Is it really this bright right now? No, because that drops. So... let me turn on this interior light. I have to really figure out where I want things to be at night. Or what time do I say night has happened? Let me bring it to 7:30. Okay. Okay, yeah. It's certainly dark now. 7:30, alright. So I'll work on this as the time of night vision, although this should probably be 8125. Now all I have to do is figure out how to make how to get my luminance set correctly, because I feel like it's really quite low. I feel like it's wrong. I think my luminance calculations are wrong. They definitely work for auto exposure. I mean, I'm definitely getting a good value. Or a value that makes sense. So I wonder if I'm actually getting okay. So this is the one thing I'm not sure about. is what value am I getting? At this point, flashbang. Okay. Turn that down a little bit. I have a feeling that I'm getting... What am I getting? I think that I'm getting sRGB and not linear, because I've been reading that you have to compute, you have to get it in linear before you can compute this. Right, essentially the perceived lightness is using Fairchild rod of correction. What the hell? It's a bit nuts. Oh yeah, I think scrolling up here. 300 plus 100 apparently. This is the thing. I don't think I have a gamma encoded RGB value. I think Godot already does all this for me, is my thinking. But I guess I can always look. So, can I just go to any page at all, please? Servers. Rendering. Renderer RD. Forward clustered. Shaders. Forward clustered. Scene forward. So this is like literally the whole thing. So yeah, it seems like it all comes in like this. The code, however, you know, let me look at Sky really quick. I think this should give me... I mean, I thought. Maybe it won't. So I pass in a certain value. What do they believe this value to be? I think I'm all linear. I think it's already linear. Maybe Godot's documentation has something about this. No response. Was this actually 2 days? I want to say 2 days. Oh, 2D. Unfortunate. No response there. Alright, where'd you get this information from? I recently lost about an hour trying to figure out why my texture has incorrect colors and shaders, and I seemed not to be the only one confused by this. The solution for a correct conversion from sRGB to linear was this, hint albedo. It's not the right place to specify this. Prefix hint points at this being, well, a hint. Just something for the editor. Shaders perform their operations in linear space. If you want to keep your texture in sRGB, then it will have to be converted to linear in the shader. Okay. Improved docs. Where is this? Shading reference, shading language. I wonder if I have to say... I guess that's actually fine. I return values in linear, and then it will convert them to sRGB for me. Make it work already. I'm just trying to make sure that I understand which color space I'm working in. Because that's quite important. Because I think that the reason why I can't do gamma correction on my sky shader myself, because it causes everything just white out like crazy, is because the engine already does it for me. So I just pass out my linear value. Hint albedo is just gone. Source color. They name it source color now. I hope I don't say source color then, right? My shader should not say source color. Anywhere. No, good. Yeah, so what happens if I do say source color? Seems like nothing changed. Okay. If this hint is not used, this texture will appear washed out. Yeah. That's what I was seeing. Which is just fine. It makes the shader a bit faster. I don't have to do gamma correction on the texture. I guess let me see that it really doesn't make a difference. Cool. Nothing. That probably messes up the moon though, I bet. The moon does seem to look different already. Why don't you give up on that and start a phone repair company? What? Does that change it if I do this? Huh. Makes it darker. Which is strange. I don't know if that should have looked darker. It looks like it fits in more with the sky. Is that better? I don't think I should do this. Maybe I should be doing this actually. Because if this is like a render viewport, which is coming out as color. It's not coming out as HDR. Maybe I should be doing this. Maybe I should be doing this. Hmm. I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, it honestly looks better, I think. But this is a sky shader. Can I change this while it's running? Can I actually click or not? No. I mean, I think that I kind of actually think it looks better. The moon flies without wings. What does that mean? Is that just a thing people say? It definitely, I think, looks better. I think that's more of what I think it looks like when I look at the moon. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Alright, I'm just gonna send that. Whoa, 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 whoa. I mean, I don't think there was anything here that I wanted to send. No, I don't think so. Okay. Um... Um... There's something I kind of want to look at right now as well. I'm totally all over the place. Maybe I'm just stalling. I'm stalling, working on the shader, but something in here was... Let me turn on browser audio here. This guy, tone mapping. His section on tone mapping was really...
A lot of people requested that we cover this next topic, but we didn't really have any good material to showcase the problem.
It was really interesting.
Luckily,
I'm just gonna play it.
Gran Turismo 7 did a great presentation on tone mapping, which relates to the color and brightness processing of digital HDR images. There have been several methods that have been developed over the years, because there's been various issues in each implementation. Different algorithms have been used over time, but the Gran Turismo developers believe that if your tone mapping is off, it can damage the appearance of other physically based rendering aspects. They produced some of the best comparisons of some of the industry standard tone mappers, including improvements they made on their last tone map.
Basically, the one that I'm using right now is called Reinhardt. And I kind of like it because it has this... I just want to look. I just want to see what the difference is, what the difference would be. Essentially, this is what the game looks like without that. He needs to tone map his webcam. Yeah, he does have really bad like lighting, which is funny because that's like a major thing that he always talks about is lighting. So this is what it looks like without tone mapping applied at all. This is like theoretically no tone mapping. This is what I do. So everything gets a little bit darker. Which is not necessarily bad that it gets darker, but he covers something that Aces does with loses the RTX off, which essentially is removing detail from an image, especially in bright parts. I don't have anything that's like bright or very extreme gradients, but I guess my sky is kind of a gradient, I guess. Godot suggests putting in a value between 6 and 8 for this, which honestly, I'll be real, I cannot tell any difference between 6 and 8 here. I am changing it back and forth and I have no idea if there's any change. I feel like not a single pixel has changed. And I feel like I can't really see anything until I get down to like 3. I can't really tell a difference between 6 and 3 is a very small difference. But at 1, everything is a lot brighter. The sky is certainly brighter. And this is definitely something I notice in games that I don't like, where they wash out colors. I don't feel like this is too bad. Too much like of washing out the color. But maybe it is. It definitely does. Check 2. Like white to white value 2. I mean, there's a bigger difference between 1 and 2 than there is between 2 and 6. I mean, the function for it's kind of weird. I don't really understand the function for it. I've just been using it. Mostly, I liked using this tone map because it didn't do very much. I like that it was not doing very much. Where is it? I actually wanted to keep this thing open. What was it on? Auto exposure, probably? It takes in your white value, so that's the number I was typing in. I was typing like 268. That's white. And then you square it, you take your color, you multiply it by your white value squared, and then you do this. It's like 1 to 2 is 80%, anything else is just a bit closer to 100. I mean, that's what I'm assuming is kind of what it's doing, right? Because it takes your white squared on the denominator and partially on the numerator. Because that's with your color. So it kind of is like that a logarithmic curve, I think. If I start going under 1, it gets really bright really fast. So it's definitely like an exponential curve. But the theory is that 1 actually doesn't do anything. Okay, so 1 makes it brighter, apparently. Oh, no, that's auto exposure. Auto exposure is making it brighter. Oh well. I kind of can't do auto exposure there. This is like the compute for it. This is the actual where it gets applied. Anyway, continuing on with this guy.
The first comparison uses a correct exposure.
I can immediately say I didn't like Aces. I think Aces definitely blew up the colors a lot, but I didn't really like it. It felt like it was being too super real, I guess. Apparently Aces has 2 versions, which I didn't know about. Have not heard of AGX. PBR neutral, I'm guessing is just no tone mapping at all. But then these were interesting. It kind of sucks he didn't talk about Reinhardt. Although maybe that's like AGX. But GT and GT7.
Aces 2 and AGX have obvious and consistent issues with muted color appearances, and the paper is about improving the first GT tone mapper solution, so I won't comment on how obviously poor these are. This environment showcases the issues with Aces 1. The GT7 tone mapper is darker, but notice the color change in the car and the lighting.
I will say, I don't think he picked a good image to showcase the difference between these. This is really hard to see, the difference between these. Or I guess it's hard to say that one of them is better than the other.
Gradient. Information like reflections aren't lost in the bright white paint in the GT7 tone mapper either. When the scene exposure is increased, the car becomes overexposed, which makes sense considering it's white and directly lit by the sun. The rest of the world retains a richer, more vibrant look. When the scene exposure is increased again, the GT7 tone mapper retains the color richness of PBR neutral, while producing better color gradients as seen in the sky. The next environment showcases issues with color accuracy with other tone mappers. Additional exposure shows how
This is a
most
lot
of the
better
tone
image.
mappers, even PBR neutral, incorrectly
Because they have this
process
very
vibrant
clear
PBR colors
orange
like
color
white orange,
here that
and
like
causes
turns
it to look
yellow.
pink. Well, let's just analyze the correct exposure and compare the GT7 tone mapper with Aces 1. The color is more accurate with photographic reference with the GT7 tone mapping. GT7 tone mapping provides better gradients on the car and can display more detail in PBR materials like the road and distant snow. These extra details are showing on the entire GT7 tone map image. It's just easier to point out in these areas. UE5 uses Aces 1. Our last topic is the Kawasi blur. Now most people are familiar.
That was like really fast, but I'm gonna look at. I really want to look at GT7 and see what that looks like. So yeah, I'm actually gonna do that instead of night vision right now. I'm still delaying night vision. I think I gotta set my. I mean, if I'm gonna look at tone mapping, I really have to do it before. I really have to do it before night vision. Otherwise, I'm going to end up messing with stuff and then go back and look at this and be like, oh yeah, I do want to use this. And then I have to go back and mess with it again. Oh, please stop doing that. That is so weird. I like click in the wrong spot and it like pulls out a dock on OBS. All right. Is there any... I guess Gran Turismo is what he was using for that example. $300. Let me just find the video for this. Also, I want to set myself to... Kind of forgot to do this. There we go. Wow, that is crazy slow. I'm looking for this. What is it? Gran Turismo. Oh, well, I mean, I don't know what I expected. They say course. Is this not? Is this not a presentation that they made? And this is not. Huh. Hmm. Wow. That's a lot of reading. That's a lot of reading. I guess this is like the PowerPoint of it. Just a black slide. Yep. HDR. This is really bright too. Zoom out a little bit. Zoom out a lot of it, maybe. Cones and rods, you say? Right. This is interesting. I'm actually gonna definitely totally save that. Yeah. I'm saving that. I might need to come back to this. XY coordinates. Calculate the XY coordinate from the tri-stimulus value XYZ as below. Talking about any light's absolute color. Luminous intensity and candela of any wavelength can be calculated as this formula. It's a lot of numbers. They had a link to course material. Is this like... What is this? Course notes. Slides with notes. Oh, this is a trailer. Okay. Okay, so this is probably gonna be better for me. Because this is essentially they do a presentation and these are their notes. Cool. They did a research on it. Urban's human eye color sensitivity of the target spectrum. Brighton Guild 1931 2 degree RGB CMFs. Hmm. Color matching function. Simple integral. Yeah, I don't quite get this quite yet. How this is an integral. This one makes even less sense to me. A smaller two-dimensional XY coordinate is introduced. This coordinate is used to discuss about any light's absolute color. That's just weird to me. They drop Z. I mean, I guess maybe it's encoded because you include Z on the bottom. So now as the color gets darker, you still have like X and Y. Strange. Imaginary color. Yes, there's like certain things that you can do to see such imaginary colors, where you basically just like oversaturate your eye with like a specific color, and then you change it to like a black background, and suddenly you can see like this over bright different color. TV, they use nits. Okay. They say the Y function in CMF is exactly the same function. I mean, I guess I could have read that. That's funny. The note is just the first bullet point. Of any wavelength. Okay. color matches even if spectrum is different. Yeah. Grassman's laws. If color 1 is equal to color 2, then any multiple of color 1 is equal to that same multiple of color 2. When 1 and 2 are the same and 3 and 4 are the same. Okay. Then 1 plus 3 is equivalent to 2 plus 4. Okay. This is going to be encoded if 1 equals 1 and 2 equals 2, then 1 plus 2 is equal to 1 plus 2. Sure. Color can be interpreted in form of trisomus value. The color between those can be calculated as A. Okay. Huh. Arbitrary primary colors. These colors can describe another color. Color RGB is equal to RPR plus GPG plus BPB. Okay. The color inside primary colors. When the linear combination weight is limited to positive, the range becomes a triangle in the chromaticity diagram. If we allow negative weight, any 3 primary colors can describe all visible color. Yeah. Goes inside 3 primary colors. That symbol is OR. Is that OR? Or is that AND? I guess that's actually AND. Yeah. Why do they put dots in the middle? It kind of makes it look like this matrix is meant to have 30 or 20 rows and 20 columns, or 20 rows and 3 columns. I think this is just coordinate 1 1, coordinate 1 3, coordinate 3 1, coordinate 3 3. Yeah, cool. You can represent any color we can see with 3 by stimulating the 3 sources of light that we are sensitive to. 3 wavelengths that we're sensitive to. Any 3 wavelengths, apparently. I guess maybe not any wavelength. Any 3. "46 bits of precision. Don't we have 53? doubles. The human eye can see 1 nanometer difference. Conventional 0 to 255 or 0 to 1. Share value can be over 1. Oh, I guess actually when I do the color rendering, I am at like 16. I'm at sRGB 16. So never mind. Visualization of color volume of SDR TV. There's a lot of gaps there. Some HDR is just SDR with modified gamma. That's funny. Track line in the bright white, yeah. I'm wondering, do they even show what their tone mapping is? Because I just realized it's named GT, and the game is called Gran Turismo. I wonder. Perfect dark pixel. Organic light emitting device? I really hope they actually go into it. His nonlinear sensitivity. Eyes are very sensitive at dark parts, but not as sensitive at brighter parts. So the gamma curve is what's in black. But I know that at some point, at some low value, you change it to linear, and you stop making it whatever it is. Reduce radio bandwidth. That's definitely Desmos. These screenshots are definitely Desmos. They just have that look. Linear optical. The camera. Where's the picture using OETF? Images transferred. TV receives EOTF. Is there a change between these two pictures? This one seems darker than this one. Please check. What? Yeah, this is one that I'm familiar with. What is that? sRGB gamma. Just some parameter values. Okay. And L is the color there. Symbol 2-2 gamma curve. Is this 2-4? That's 2-2. Huh. A 100 nits as steer TV maximum brightness. Okay. I sure hope I don't need to think about any of that. Yeah, I guess this is important for them because their games can be played probably on a TV, an HDR TV more often than on a computer. Or at least, I don't know. Maybe some people use TVs connected to their computers to play their games, even on PC. We cannot represent actual color of tropical flowers or racing cars. Only green is wider than RGB. No TV outputs this one. Yeah. Academy color encoding system. This is wider than. That's funny. We have to know the spectrum, yeah, okay. C multiplied by A. Yeah, this is where stuff gets a little confusing because C lambda to me means the color of the wavelength of light that this is emitting. And this is the wavelength of reflected light. Or I guess the color, okay, I guess I get it. A is the color reflected given a certain wavelength. Okay, so that makes sense, yeah. Popular 24 colors. Bottom left triangles are results of the calculation. Top left, top right is what it should look like. Yeah. Seems like a lot of error. Especially darker colors. This one's kind of good until it gets dark. This one's less good. So this is what I'm not quite certain of, is this again comes up. So are they essentially taking their computed color, converting it to their color space, and then back? Is this what they're doing? And then they get these errors. Yeah, RGB is pretty bad. HDR10. Oh. Max fall. Average and maximum luminance per pixel. This is what Godot is doing. It takes the maximum component of each channel and use that for luminance. Why is max nested twice? Why do they do that? Max. I don't think taking a max twice does anything different. Yeah, I don't know. I don't get that. Yeah, that's weird. Put me to sleep. Tone mapping. We developed our own tone mapping function, yeah. Quasi's variable tone mapping function. An idea of variable tone mapping. What does that even mean? No formulation. Oh. He's like, here's what it could look like. It's funny. Two separate curves here. No linear part. I mean, this bit looks pretty linear. GT tone mapping. Okay. Yeah, very clever name. Linear section in the middle, contrast adjustable tone, smooth shoulder. They actually meant toe. Contrast adjustable toe. It's a 3-part linear. And then a ramp. Okay. Formulation is on Desmos. I knew it. I knew they were using Desmos. Smooth step. Oh. The necessity of inversion function was almost missed. Yeah. Well, they spent no time on that. Saturated and clipped, yeah. They really gonna make me? All right, what page is this on? Oh, can't read that. I wish I could. P, I assume that's the clamp. Yep. A, is that the length of, or the slope of linear? The linear slope? Okay. M. Contrast. That's contrast. I guess that makes sense. Not sure what that is. I'm guessing this is this part. Yep. L, 0.4. I assume that's the... how quickly it probably... yeah. No, this is the length of the linear part. C must be the slope of the shoulder. No, this is that curve. Okay. B. B is the clamped low value. Toe. All right. Smooth step. Why do these compute the same value? Oh, because A is 1. Contrast, right. Ah, that's not like the length of that. That's all of this. Okay. H. Okay. That is really complicated. W0 is 1 minus W. W2 is H. Inverse. Whoa. Okay. Yeah, this is not, it worries me that it's not smooth. But I wonder if that's really important for color. Maybe it's not. Wait, why is this written twice? They could have just squared it. Yeah, they just compute this term one time and they... like x squared times 3 minus 2x. Okay. Very cool. Why is this... oh, because I zoomed it in, of course. We use smooth step to function and connect. Yeah. We made one mistake. They didn't have. Funny. They apparently have GT and GT7. So the hue shifts. Plausible enough for us. And yeah, I guess they're right. Some inverse tone mapping chromosaturation can expand your assets. That's crazy you can get a picture that looks that bright. And the actual hallway is like not bright at all. I'm not doing this. Wait, what is this? Wait, what is this? For each pixel and multiple exposure pictures, we can estimate actual radiance. It's noisy? I mean, I guess so. Actually. Yeah, I guess that actually makes sense. That it would be noisy. All right. Halfway through this. Wait, what? So they take a picture of the background and they put the car in there? That's crazy. So the car is that's nuts. Am I understanding that right? They take a picture of the background and then they put the car. Rendering from game itself. Background images and light reflections are captured in the camera system. That's crazy. So these cars are not there. That's added in. I hope that's what they mean. That's really cool. Texture for the sky. Ah. Can't believe it. I don't need to know about any of that, I think. Yeah, I don't think I need to know any of that. Okay, they are doing exactly that. That's really cool. They went out and they took pictures of all these locations and they collected a bunch of like lighting data so they can just render your car on the picture. That's really cool. Dude, why are racing games like at the front of like photoreal graphics? I remember playing I think it was Forza Horizon, and I thought that was a really, really good looking game. I used the camera feature or the photo thing a couple times, and I was like, wow, this is really cool. Like while you're in the middle of driving, you just press a button and the game freezes and you can take a picture on the spot. Bit better. Oh, there it is. High computational cost. How and exponential functions are expensive. What is M and A? Oh, those are the constants. Right. They have like several constants. Hmm. Right. Is that really that bad? They needed a lookup table because it was that bad? I mean, I guess you need all performance you can get. Because, you know, in a console game, you are essentially making your game look as good as possible while staying right on the 60 FPS mark. So I guess every little bit matters. $8K texture though. Oh, it's a one-dimensional texture. Okay, never mind. That's not even... It's pretty good. Lookup table is about twice as fast. Yeah, it's a common thing. So they just know that the white spot is the brightest that the monitor will output. Oh, they make the darker pixels brighter until you can't see them anymore. Okay. Right, okay. Okay. So just saying that power management can reduce the effective brightness of a screen if you're outputting a full bright image across the entire screen. Wow, they way overestimated that one. 700 and they estimated 4,300. Okay, interesting. Signed sRGB. Many magic numbers. Okay, well they came up with one that had like 6. So that is a very complicated function for what looks like a very simple shape. Fitted by Mathematica. Is that any better? 2 power functions. Okay. They have 1 power function. Okay. Nice. Absolute error? Well, they have like no error. Much more accurate. It's basically the same function. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, I mean, I was thinking this is a really complicated formula for a simple shape. They have 1 division, 2 powers. A floating point power. That's also floating point power. They have 1 power in 1 division, but more multiplication is happening. Ugh. Original image. Cool. I'm guessing when they say original image too, they mean the background is an image, the car is rendered. Dude, how do they get these empty pictures though? Are these like busy locations? I guess maybe they sat around and like did a long exposure photograph or something until they get every spot with no one standing in it. Hmm. Watch your tone. What did I say? Or is this a tone mapping joke? Where did he get GT7 from? Is this one that I collect? Hey, Dynamic Grass. Tone mapping. Yeah, I've been using Reinhardt, and I just watched this video the other day, and I was wondering if I should look at something else. Or wondering if I might want to use something else. So I mentioned Gran Turismo has their own tone mapping thing. So I was looking at that. I've lost it now. But this is, they call this one GT. Apparently there's GT7. your own tone map. Essentially what I've got from this is that... Wrong one. Essentially what I've got from this is that you want a linear part. You need a part that tends to 1, or with an asymptote at 1. And then you need something that is non-linear and drops to 0 a little bit faster. Apparently. $2025. Also, apparently they do have a video. I don't know. Maybe this is just so recent that it hasn't been uploaded yet. I don't even know how to find this. For that curve, you need a linear section, small values, and the curve values. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's what I said, right? Why is he saying GT? He's citing... This is weird.
It's overexposed.
Where does this come from? How did he get these pictures? I wish it would not crop these links. What's that GDC vault? What are you figuring out? I'm just looking to see if I might want to change my tone map. I don't need that. Because I'm going to change it, I should change it now before I start working on this night vision thing that I'm going to do, which is going to rely on dark colors. So I'm thinking that it's the case that if I choose to change it later, then I'm going to have to pretty much redo the night vision. Because it'll be based on luminance of like an individual pixel. So if my tone mapper is changing that, then, you know, what are these? Right, I remember that citation. Does he really only have... code? I guess that's just the same thing that I already saw. Where is it? GT7 tone mapping class. Should have a tone map for night vision that turns RGB into luminance. So I haven't started implementing it yet, but my idea is that I have a point at which the luminance pretty much... Okay, so I have an auto exposure that will take a pixel value and multiply it based on the luminance so that you can see darker areas. But what I think I should do is below a certain value, the amount of color information basically multiplies to 0 at some point. So it'd be like a curve that kind of like drops down and like hits 0. And then I have a second curve that would be, I guess I would start activating once you get near that cutoff point, that starts adding in a monochromatic like blue night vision color over time for lower luminance values. That's my thinking. Which that point of which, you know, how do I calculate luminance is going to matter there. Because currently I don't think it's a very good calculation. Do I have any printing? So this is as dark as it gets. Never mind. Let me run it for a second. So I'm just going to go stare at this white wall. Okay. So this is currently what my tone mapping luminance value is calculating as. It's calculating at 0.125, which is not, that doesn't seem like a correct value to me. sRGB, I'm pretty sure it's linear. Pretty sure this is linear. This is the tone mapping function. These are in here, but I don't use those. It's just taking this exposure value, which I've calculated, and then, which is just this. This is the brightness of a pixel. And then it's tone mapped. So the value that I'm printing out here, this is the value that I'm calculating for the pixels. Which is weird to me, because I feel like that's just not... I feel like that color is not right. Calculate sRGB to get proper luminance. You have to unpack the gamma. That's the thing, it's not gamma adjusted. This is all linear. At least it should be. What I've read is telling me that Godot uses linear. So I don't have to do any gamma. I don't have to do any conversions. Just the value in is the linear RGB value. And then at the end of it, I don't know. This is what I'm really confused about, because this is the code that Godot has written. I mean, let me verify that. I copied this exactly from them. Okay, yeah, they don't even do it. They don't even do that. They just multiply the color. Yeah. I mean, it is confusing with Godot because I don't know for sure. They say that their shaders run in linear. But then there's a question of at what point is it no longer linear? I guess they do this here. Oh, I guess they do this here, right? Okay. I remember looking at this. What, when did they say this? We should find that. Settings convert to... I remember looking at this and I've already forgotten where this value is set. I think it's just true unless you're on mobile, I think. Maybe. Because at some point they have to. I guess I just don't know what that point is. Oh, I guess this is literally the last thing that they do is they do that. Okay. So yeah. Everything that I have is linear. Where did that code come from? Because I definitely copied this. And that was commented out. I don't know. Oh well. Where was I? What was I doing? I was reading. I was looking at this. Right. Float RGB. Linear RGB. Tone mapped RGB. UCS. Separate luminance and chroma. Curve, evaluate the curve, which is the intensity, I assume. Wait. Wait. Is this a project thing that I have to set? I remember looking at this, I couldn't figure out. I remember I turned this on, but it makes the UI look kind of bad. But I feel like it did have an impact on the screen. It actually doesn't do anything to the screen. What if I turn off my tone mapping? Turned off. No, nothing is changing. Because if they do this where they apply this function for me at the end, I feel like I want them to not do that. Because I can just do that myself. Hmm. I really want to know if I can disable this. So I say is render target is using HDR. It's all on texture storage. Why are there so many? Use HDR. Hang on. Okay. Yeah, it's only like 2D. I wonder if, no, here. What is this? Because they don't run this, they don't run this if it's HDR. So in theory, I would turn this on, and then HDR settings. Oh, it's an environment. Okay. What? Wait, who said this is environment? What? So not there. World environment. Camera attributes. Wait, what are they talking about? There's no HDR. Do I just not understand what... RGB display linear and display linear RGB conversions must always be both enabled. Enable sRGB conversion in the current environment. What? What am I reading? This is not... Huh? What? Okay, actually, what are they talking about? They just mentioned these settings must be both enabled. What are they talking about? Linear. Nothing. Project settings. Linear. What are they talking about? It's not an environment. It's not in camera. I was thinking maybe it's glow? Glow? I see glow appearing, maybe? Is anything changing? I'm actually really... I'm actually quite confused. So their code says what? Use HDR. I mean, it's kind of getting annoying. Another case where I have to look for where a value comes from and I have to search the wrong thing. I have to go down like 3 function calls, each one with a different variable name. No, not use HDR 2D. Use HDR 2D. Yeah, why do they say 2D? Is this actually doing it? Is this the parameter the option I'm looking for? 2D or viewport. Does this look any different? Well, I'm doing a tone mapping already. That's absolutely brighter. Okay. Wait, was it brighter? Or did it just... Was that just... No. That was just contrast. Okay, so if I turn this off... Okay, it just gets darker. I don't know, the thing is I can't use this because... It's so bright. I can't, like, write in... It's too bright. Yeah, I can't use that. What I don't understand is why I search HDR and I get a bunch of settings here. Oh well. Maybe you'll never know. If HDR render target. Gradient texture 2D. Use HDR. So it is HDR 2D. What is that reflection come from? There's like this red mark. Wait, where's that? Okay, I was gonna say I couldn't even see it. I needed to close my window. Okay. I think this was probably just a waste of time. It is called in one place and it is called with a parameter named use HDR 2D. And then from that point on, it is just lost. Render target use HDR. Why are these like so offset? Why does GitHub do this? Render compositor. Convert to sRGB. Oh, is this a thing where to turn it on, I have to actually call it on the viewport? Is this something on the viewport? It just says use HDR 2D. .2D rendering. Can be used in 3D. Matching the bit depth of the 3D frame buffer. So it's... I don't understand. I don't understand. Okay, never mind. I can't use this. It's taking me too long and I can't figure out whether or not I'm even able to disable this. If there's a setting for it. If Godot is always going to do it no matter what. I can already render out bright values clearly. And my goal is just to find a better luminance function. Because mine, I mean, it works, but I guess, I don't know. That's what gets me. It has the correct result, but the values don't seem large enough. Alright, what if I uncap this? I want to see what value it can get up to. Looking at this. So let me turn that... well, not off. I go to the camera. And I go for like 100 or something. Or like 1,000, sure. Whatever. What value does this go up to? Yeah, this like never reaches 1. Which I honestly don't understand. Is what I'm reading Is this already going through a gamma? Okay, maybe it is. Maybe it is. That would make sense. Because now that I'm thinking about it, this like can't reach 1, right? Let me just go ridiculous here and make the brightness of the sun way bright. So much brighter. I'm at another 0. That bright. Okay, I got over 1. Okay, I multiplied it by 10, and I guess the luminance went up by 10, which is, you know, about what I wanted to see. I was wondering if this value would even go over 1. I was thinking it could probably not go over 1. So it's going to go to about 0.04. Looks like it is. Okay, so there is a linear relation between brightness and there is a linear relation here. It's also turning blue. I guess because the ambient light is coming in now. Okay. I'm not really sure. Not really sure with this. It does feel like it's too dark. Like it can get way too dark, I feel like. Maybe the sun isn't too bright. Isn't bright enough. No, I just feel like there's got to be something that I'm not getting. Okay, I'm not gonna do a different tone map. I'm gonna use the same thing. Just leave it like that. Okay. I'm gonna take a short break. I'll be right back. I'm back. I've come to the conclusion that I have no idea what I'm doing. So I really would like to try to model this as physically as possible. But something here is not coming out as a physical value. Where am I at? Where am I at? Where am I at? Here. This exposure value, it works to apply a proper exposure to the image. This function only really works if what you're getting is linear in value, right? So what I would expect to see is this value computes to 1, is what I expect to see. When I look at that white wall, I expect this value to compute to 1. So it does. It computes to 1. This part here might be where no. So this just gets the last value. Okay. And pretty much just interpolates it to the target value. And this is what I'm printing out to the screen. So what I do with this value is exposure scale. Okay. So I get... Dude. One sec. Yeah. Hey. Hey. This dog wants to destroy my bed. Is this what I'm... Exposure scale. Wait, what the hell? What? What is this code? Wait, what is this? Okay, I need to... What? What was that? Okay. Yeah, that was really weird. Alright. So it does... 0.18 over this value. And that's what I multiply it by. So if I change my exposure scale, man, I really wish I could just modify exposure scale directly. So what if I set this to 1? Okay. Yeah, you can mostly see this in the brightest colors, I guess. Okay. Sky is really... I feel like I'm losing quickly the color of the sky when I do this. I mean, I basically am just looking at a pure white thing. So I don't know how reasonable that is to mess with this that way. I don't know. Because I step outside and I look out and the sky looks way bluer than this, but it is quite intensely white on the horizon. I don't know. Okay. I'm just gonna leave it as it is. I can figure that out later, I think. Once I have more assets and I can actually see things under this tone mapping. But this feels right to me. Like, I make my screen as bright as possible. Maybe my key value is just too low. Maybe I should make it a little bit higher. I feel like this brought back some of that blue color at least. You know what I should do? I should like start a game that I think looks okay, and then should I? I don't know. I think this is something I should probably fiddle with a little bit. For now. Let me set up. This is probably a good idea. I should probably make one of these like square things, shouldn't I? It's probably a good idea. So I have these debug spheres. But what I would really like to have is a like just some color squares. And yeah, this I think will really help me to see what's going on. So essentially I'm just going to make like some meshes. I'm just going to make a bunch of rectangles, squares. So start with this one just being a box. I guess what I would really do is I would put a texture on it. No. I'll stick with a shader instead of an albedo. So yeah, pure blue. Whoa, that looks really strange to me. Wait, the color is like changing dramatically when I go left and right on that slider. That's really weird. Why does it look like that? That's a hard color to see. It's a hard color to look at. I'm setting my monitor brightness a little bit less. All right, but this one I actually do want to be a little above pure black. Okay. Or should this be white? Maybe this should actually be white. Yeah, pure white. Why is there no snapping? Use snap. Oh. There we go. And now I need to like configure the snapping. I don't know, 0.1. Wait, what was this? Okay. I guess I would like rotate it up a little bit. All right. This will be red. And a child of this one. So then I could just say, this is probably like 0.5, 0.38, 39, 0.4, 0.44, 0.42. All right. And then red. Okay. Red. Green. Yeah, okay, about there. It's going to be pretty tedious here. I'm essentially just going to do a bunch of colors. Yeah, this just needs to be recursively unique. Seems like I may not be... I guess it is actually lined up. So between red and green would be... What is that, yellow? This is not exactly centering. Yeah, this blue color is really weird to my eyes. It looks really strange. And then green and blue. Cyan. And then, oh, I guess like halfway between, or a quarter of the way between red and green. Actually I need magenta. That's what I was missing. Red and blue, of course. There's some extreme colors. Okay, so we one red. Yeah, one red, 0.5 green. So this would be 0.5 red. I guess orange too is fine. .28x, so it'd go 0.28y. Cool. So I don't know what to call this, just orange 2, I guess. Lime. Also, I didn't make it unique. Okay, so then I will have this in 0.5 green. What do they call this, like sea foam? Something like that. Yeah, it is crazy how much green there is. Because these all look super different, and then there's like 3 greens in a row. And they only include a little bit of green. And the green goes away and it gets really blue. So I call that sky. Alright, what next? Oh, and then I need 0.5 of red in both directions. purple. I don't know what this will look like. It's hard to imagine colors. Pink. Hot pink, perhaps? I'll call it that. At what point do I start mixing all the other colors in? Maybe I should do this programmatically and not manually. Maybe it would have been a good idea. I don't know. Okay. So now I'm not sure what to do. Maybe I just do like 0.5 and then 0.25. Yeah, maybe. So this one would be 0.25 and this would be 0.5. Pink, I guess. .14. Right, so that will now be 1, this will be 0.5, and this will be 0.25. I like can't tell these greens apart. What if I do 0.25 there and 0.5 here? Sure. I have no idea what to call this one. No idea. Just making stuff up. So this one needs to be 0.5 and this one needs to be 0.25. Those look so similar though. Should I actually be doing like a third instead of that? Like 3-3? I actually straight up can't tell the difference between these two colors. That's really hard to see the difference. Maybe I should do 0.75 and then 0.5. Yeah, you know, let's do that. Let's do 0.75 and then 0.5. What is that? Alright, what's the next color? It would be a 1 on the blue. Let's go 0.75 there and 0.5 here. Okay. It's got to be a lavender, right? I probably definitely should have done this with code. Actually, this one's gonna be this will be okay. What next? I guess I might have like 0.75s for both. Or would I do like 0.5 for both? Point 0.5 and 0.25? I don't know. It's funny how like sticks here, it slows down, it like even gets stuck in the corner and like doesn't even move. And then it jumps over. And it gets darker. And then it jumps over again and like sits here. Actually, it like doesn't sit on red at all. Interesting. It kind of doesn't sit on red at all. Like it goes like straight through red. But it hangs on green for a long time, then it hangs on blue for a really long time. In fact, it goes backwards. Weirdly. Interesting. Strange colors. Okay, well, maybe 0.5s? What about like a 0.8, a 0.5, and a 0.25? I don't know how do you even do this? Maybe I should actually look up colors. I don't know. Hmm. Let me do this. Let me go and make a line at the bottom just for value. What is this? 4-2. What do I have? So I had like 14. So I guess I could go 7 at a time. Right? Is that correct? A little more than 7 at a time, I guess. 7.14. I can't even type that in. I guess I would do it here. Wait. Yeah, it's 14, right? I do it by 14. I hope I'm not about to be wrong. I feel like I'm gonna get just about to the end of this and just about to the end of this and then realize I was doing this wrong. 214. Guess I don't have to go all the way to white. I don't know, maybe I should anyway. Two, 8, 6. Five, 7. 229. Two, 8. Yeah, I'm just gonna go backwards on this. $50. I mean, of course. Six, 4, 3. Yeah, I'm not gonna have a white square, I think. I think I did mess it up, but I'm not gonna have a white square. Because I technically added one. Yeah, I technically added one with the black. Dang. Um, I mean, I think so. Maybe 714. Yep. So should I go back and fix all of these so that they have a white square at the end? I don't know. 7, 8, 6. Eight, 5, 7. Nine, 2, 9. That's probably good enough. I don't really have many color squares, but whatever. This is probably enough color squares for now. There's my squares in the world. Okay. So perhaps what I would do is I would now try messing with this until I get a value that looks okay. Change this value. I mean, I definitely lose color detail there. I get it back with 2 pretty fast. And that kind of darkens it a bit too much, I think. Maybe that's fine. Oh, 8. I don't see any difference. Also kind of looking at the stream to see if it's very noticeable, or how noticeable it is. Because I had it at 1.8, 0.18, but it does feel too dark. .4 is their default value, which I feel like is a really high value. I feel like that's really bright. And these 2 colors at the end look exactly the same. And actually, are they the same? They kind of look like they're the same. 929. They are the same. Okay. Make unique, recursive. Whoops. No. Make unique. This would be 12, so 8, 5, 7. Okay, now they are... Whoops. Now they are different. Definitely different. Okay. You can absolutely see those as distinct colors now. I wonder if I should have like 3 colors that are really close to being white. Let me do that. I'll make them bright red. So it'll basically be 1 and then like 0.9, 0.9. So yeah, pretty much at the limit of what you could probably distinguish from white. It's like purple. Yeah, why does it say that it like shifts over to purple? Like it needs more green. Oh, that's weird. Yeah, because it like does look purple. That's weird. That's really, really weird. I had to make that slightly more green. Or maybe just less red would work too. That's crazy. Okay. I might even still say that's like too red. Too much red. That's really funny. Because that's the exact color function that they were finding in research, that you had to have a negative value in red to get blue. Interesting. Okay. Well, there's like a color table. I don't know. A board of colors that I can look at to see if I am getting the most out of the color mapping. Did I leave auto exposure on? No, I'm definitely noticing like a higher key value. That's weird. Oh, no, it definitely is on. Now it's off. But I'm gonna relaunch anyway. Moon, sun, colors. Colors, colors, colors. Okay. I mean, they look fine, I guess. They look like how I would expect them to look. Sure. I guess that just means I didn't have anything crazy going on in the first place, so there's that. It was 16. Maybe I should leave it at 16 stops. Because I feel like suddenly I'm noticing that things don't feel as bright as they should be. This is crazy bright. What's going on? What the hell? It just didn't... It stopped exposure completely. Weird. Okay, now we're exposing. Yeah. Okay. So 16 is too low. What about 20? This is the one thing that I've really been unsure about, is the number of stops that I have. Something feels wrong. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. That's not what this looks like. That's just not what this looks like. Is it just adjusting really slowly? Is this what's going on? It's adjusting really slowly. What the hell? Alright, now I think we're definitely correct. Also, I think I've actually got it still turned up really high. Do I? No, 125 is still the limit. Okay. Maybe I should make it even lower. Yeah, I think I'm gonna make it lower again. Okay. I'm good with that. That being daylight, I think. Man, I really gotta figure this night vision. I'm totally stalling. What was that? That was like a random orange pixel on that guy. He had like an orange pixel on him or something for a second. This feels really bright. I mean, it kind of is. Right, it's hit the bottom of what it can expose to. That feels so blue. That feels absurdly blue, in fact. I would say it is crazy how blue that is. Why is it so blue? Did something break here? Have I messed something up again? And now it's bad? My crosshair is pure white. This is a black texture, by the way. The moon is pure white. What is the local time? Yeah, I mean, this exposure level is just too low. Dude, what is going on? Why is that so bright? That's insane. That was not so bright earlier. Is it this? No. This is like making it darker. Does it make everything lighter, but that not so dark? No, that makes it lighter too. Oh, I left auto exposure turned on. Oh my god. Okay. Stop forgetting that. Stare at the sun for a second to make this really bright. Okay. I mean, I can make out all those colors like the whole time. Okay. Seems good to me. Now for night. Feels really, really bright still. Feels ridiculously bright. For the sun being down. That is super blue out there. I mean, I must have done something wrong, right? Something went wrong with how blue that is. Like, that's not correct back there. Don't tell me, like, exposure is still on twice again. No, it's not. What is up with that? That's super weird. Should this be decreasing at this point? No. Doesn't really make sense to decrease it there. I mean, but it's definitely too... I feel like I need to print that out again. I might need to revisit this curve and make it more intense. So let me print out the values of this. I feel like I am making no progress so much. I'm making a lot of no progress. I am fiddling with this stuff so much. Okay. Background intensity. Compute sky intensity. Yeah, let me just print this. And then I will also print I mean, I guess I can look at it on the side and see like what the target is. Strange. It seems like it is not applying. Okay, let me also turn this printing off. This is in, I think, tone map. Or auto exposure. Let me turn this on. And then, yeah, I want to print the actual value. Right, I feel like it's definitely got to drop faster. That's got to be a sharper drop. Or does it need to be? I don't know. I mean, right now it doesn't look like it's that weird blue color anymore. So I guess that's good. Wait, huh? That didn't happen the same way this time. What about earlier? I feel like that didn't happen the same way. I'm definitely losing my mind as well. Okay, there's that crazy blue color. I mean, it's probably nothing, honestly. Right, it's probably nothing. It doesn't last for like any time at all, and it's already gone. So. Okay. All right. I think I'm going to try and send what I have right now. You can go to 7, I guess. Right, I need to restore. Yeah, I need to restore those in animation. That needs to be restored. Cool. Just very dumb things that changed. And then... what do I have here? Yeah, okay, so my scale and speed are set to new values. Aperture I increase, which darkens the world. Technically, that also blurs things. Do I need to worry about that? I kind of need to worry about that. That also technically blurs things when I do that. When I increase the aperture size. Yeah, I mean, I don't see anything actually, so I think it's fine. Yeah, I don't see any blurring on the scope at all. Okay, we're fine. Debug shaders, night vision filter, that's fine. 0.756, 0.757. Probably make it 0.757. Some color squares. I dropped the minimum intensity of the sky. Oh yeah, the moon's not blown out still, right? I'm sure it's not. I think I fixed that. Okay. So I want to take that one out. Or I guess I just don't give it that one. Oh, why did those pop back again? Why did those just show back up? That's weird. I really don't want those to be changed. I would really like those to not be changed. Yeah, please, seriously don't change those. That would be stupid. Oh man, it's getting late. Alright, did we randomly decide to change them again? Good, we did not. Yeah. So I will add the player here. The environment, and then I guess I'll add that. And then I'm not adding any of those, but I will add all debug stuff. And then I think that these don't actually have anything in them right now. I think these are just empty. Yeah, those are just empty. Okay. Anything I still want to add? No, none of that. Okay. Alright, so I reduced the size of the flashlight. Tuned auto exposure. And then the color squares went crazy. Debug shaders. Yeah, just random shader for testing. And then those changed. I changed the time of day. I guess I can turn Reflection Pro back on. And unhide this camera. All right. Okay. Debug shader. Modify exposure. And debug shader. Color squares. Reduce flashlight. Cone size. Lower exposure. Yeah, because essentially what I think I want to do is I want the auto exposure to kind of go through the whole level. Or go as far down as it can. But then I have, I guess sort of in my tone map, or I guess after the tone map, I'll have a or maybe it'll be a step in between. So between the auto exposure and the tone map. I don't know, this one I really still have to think about how night vision is going to work. I'm still not quite convinced of it. I'm unable to like fully imagine in my mind the process. Like the concrete steps I would take. Because I keep saying like, okay, I just have one curve that fades out color below a certain luminance. And then I have another curve that brings in a monochromatic color over time for below certain luminances. And those two curves would have to overlap slightly. Yeah, I guess I would have a curve like there's a minimum amount of light that you need to see. So essentially the curve would have like an asymptote at 0. And I don't know. I'll figure it out. Eventually. Sometime. Today though I think I'm going to have to end it because I started a little bit late and now it's really dark. So yeah. Lower exposure. Lower exposure minimum. Increase aperture size. And then All right, well, I'm gonna end it here for today. Yeah, I really gotta think about this night vision thing. Because auto exposure keeps a lot of color. It keeps quite a lot of color. I mean, really, it literally just keeps all the color, is what it does. It just multiplies every color until it's bright enough to see. Or it multiplies it by the inverse of its luminance. So it, like, would sit at 1, right? But I really feel like midday, like even looking straight at the sun, luminance should be 1, right? Or looking at a white surface should be 1. Maybe don't know. Don't know. Yeah, I've still got a lot of. I'm still not there yet on figuring this out. Okay, well, I will be here tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Thanks for chatting. And I will, yeah, I'll be here tomorrow. Hopefully to have night vision started. Something started.